Chapter 66, Freeloading. Chapter 66, Freeloading. The next day. Chen, I think I should go open a restaurant. Why? Isn't the motel good? At least the income is steady and there aren't many risks. I must make nice food if there's a Chinese freeloader here every day. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. That's your illusion. I come get free food from you because it's free. You should at least give some money. I think paying is an insult to our friendship, so I refuse. I don't mind you insulting me. But I mind. I get this free food with my skills. Why should I pay? You know you're making Chinese people lose face. You know how much Chinese people spent in America last year? More than $3 billion. But you're not even willing to pay $1. I think that our relationship shouldn't have conflicts because of $1. With our relationship, you shouldn't be so petty about $1. Okay, let's not talk about $1. Are you going to pay for that woman's room last night? I'm not even willing to pay $1 and you think I'll pay 10. Fine. You didn't have sex with her last night, right? No. She's not single right now. Smart. Vincent was satisfied with Chen Zhao's reply. At that time, Chris came down. She looked very down-spirited. It seemed that she didn't have a good night's sleep. Good morning, Chris. Come eat breakfast. My treat. Ethan was speechless. Thanks. Chris sat beside Chen Zhao as if nothing had happened last night. That was the truth. Nothing had happened. The two made distracted small talk. After breakfast, Chris stood up. Chen, I should go now. I'll drive you. No need. I just need to change and then go to work. Okay then. Be careful on the road. Studying Chris back, Ethan said, that woman is top quality. If I can have sex with her, I'll probably squeeze everything out of her. Get rid of your dirty thoughts. So you're not thinking anything. I'm leaving. To where? Home. After getting home, Chen Zhao started lazing on the sofa again. He'd played around for 2 whole days. It was actually more tiring than work. In China, Chen Zhao had never had such a messy private life. Blackie, you here? Blackie's head emerged from the wall. He would occasionally follow Chen Zhao, but if he sensed anything, he would leave and go hunt. Blackie, I have a question. Are there evil spirits in the world? Yes. There were many in this house before. Are there any that affect a person's mind? Yes. An evil spirit is produced by negative emotions after a person dies and the soul disperses. Most evil spirits can affect human emotions. I have a friend. You saw her 2 days ago. It's Chris from the dress shop. She seems to have run into trouble. Chen Zhao recounted Chris' situation and Blackie thought for a while. It seems to be a reflection demon, not a dead spirit. Reflection demon. Beelzebub, didn't you that there are no demons in this world, other than you? Beelzebub was eating dog food. Yes, a demon was eating dog food. I'm not wrong. There aren't any demons in this world other than us. That reflection demon hasn't actually appeared on this world. He used a mirror to reflect his image here. He didn't come. So that means that Chris and I only saw the reflection. No, what you two saw weren't the same thing at all. You saw the reflection demon's true form, while that female human is the one that saw the reflection. What's the difference? Humans aren't able to see reflection demons directly. They have to look through a mirror. You're clearly not a normal human though, so what you saw was most likely the true form. Do you have any solutions? Find the reflection demon's medium and destroy it. Then it won't be able to affect regular people anymore. After a pause, Beelzebub added, "But I'm warning you. It's already crowded here. I don't want another demon." Beelzebub was obviously unwilling to have another demon to compete with for demonic crystals. He had a sense of crisis, because he realized that his ability wasn't very useful to Zhao. Even Raymond was more useful. As Zhao's first demon subordinate, he didn't want to be pushed to the side. Zhao thought for a moment. Chris had said that her boyfriend Nance often talks to a mirror. That mirror was probably the medium, right? Thinking of this, Zhao picked up his phone to call Chris. "Hey, Chris. Chen, is something wrong?" Chris' spirits were low. "I talked to my friend about you. I want to ask you when your boyfriend started acting weirdly." "Chen, I've thought about it. I was probably overthinking before, but I've broken up with him now. We won't have anything to do with each other in the future. I don't want to talk about him either." Okay. It seemed that Zhao was being a busybody. He felt wronged. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm great." "Okay, that's good. Come get coffee when you're free." "Okay. I'm busy. Goodbye." "Bye." Since Chris said she didn't need help, Zhao didn't intend to force himself into her business either. He brought all his demons into Blackie's space crevice. When the three hellhounds saw Zhao and his friends, they were all ecstatic. As always, Zhao went to the research lab, studying the notes and demonic medicine that the last Grim Reaper had left behind. Whether it was Chinese, Western, or demonic medicine, they all had similarities between each other. Demonic medicine was mostly about treating demons. Demons could get sick and hurt too. It was obviously difficult to treat them with human medicine. However, the research about demonic illnesses wasn't very complete either. Zhao had another idea. If he combined Chinese and Western medicine with demonic medicine, would it be more effective? This was only an idea now. He still had to experiment. He obviously couldn't do it in the human world, unless he dissected Beelzebub and the others. This made Zhao want to visit hell again. He walked out of the lab and looked at the apes who were playing with the three hellhounds. "Beelzebub, come here." Chapter 67, Going to Hell Isn't Tourism. Chapter 67, Going to Hell Isn't Tourism. "Beelzebub, I need to go to hell. Summon me with your true form." "Human, do you know how much I have to pay for summoning you?" 100 souls. Zhao took out a small bag of perfect crystal powder. "Is this enough to compensate for your loss?" "Of course. It's my pleasure." Beelzebub accepted the trade without hesitation. "Human, I can summon you too," Raymond suddenly interrupted. He would snatch whatever Beelzebub had. "Master, did you forget about me?" Carrie was similarly unwilling to be left out. "I also want to invite you to my house. I'll go next time when I have the chance." "Are you two not ashamed for inviting a living to your rural places? My house is only 3 days away from Fallen City." Beelzebub looked as if he was from a more developed place. "Do you believe that I can bite you to death?" Raymond opened his mouth, as though he was going to devour Beelzebub alive. "My house is close to Endless Abyss. Human, if you follow me, I can bring you to visit the edge of Endless Abyss. That's a must-see attraction of hell." "How dare you say that you've been to hell without going to Endless Abyss? What's special about Endless Abyss? It's just a big pit. The holes in your heads are big enough already." "Master, my hometown is the famous Frozen Kingdom. You will see the most exquisite icy scenery, where millions of souls have been turned into ice statues. It will certainly be a feast to your eyes." "I'm not going there as a tourist." Zhao was speechless. His demons were like illegal tour guides trying to persuade their client. However, Zhao still decided to go to Beelzebub's territory. After all, he had been there once already and was more familiar with the place. As for Endless Abyss and Frozen Kingdom, Zhao was somewhat creeped out by their names alone. Last time, Beelzebub had summoned Zhao when he was asleep. This time, however, Beelzebub summoned Zhao when he was awake. Zhao appeared in a different location from last time. However, it was not far away from Black Mountain Village. Soon, Beelzebub's true form found Zhao. Human, come up to my hand. After the experience last time, Zhao was already used to everything. Human, where do you plan to go this time? To the Black Mountain Village. Beelzebub, will you demons also fall ill? Yes. Oh, you're a doctor. Do you want to treat demons? No way. Human medicine is definitely useless for demons. I recently learned some demon's art of healing from Blackie's castle. Its original owner developed it, so I want to try it on a few ill demons. Demon's art of healing. We never had the idea of treatment in hell. So what if a demon is sick or injured? Either its body is strong enough to recover, or it dies. Simple as that. Simple. That sounds like it's just waiting to die. Only you weak humans need medicine. Next time if you're ill, don't ask me for help. Of course I wouldn't ask you. You said it yourself. As the two bickered with each other, Beelzebub had already brought Zhao into Black Mountain Village. Zhao's second arrival also attracted the attention of many demons, but the stir was not as strong as the first time. The Great Living, why didn't you summon me? I heard that you've summoned Bloody Hunter. I'm an even more outstanding demon warrior. I hope that I'll have the chance to serve you. I heard that Raz has been summoned twice, while I've been waiting for your summoning all the time. I'll become your most loyal fighter. I also wish that I can go to the human world. The respected living, I cost less than Bloody Hunter. I'm even willing to serve you for free. Demons started to surround Zhao. They had learned from Bloody Hunter long ago that the human before them was very generous. Bloody Hunter had received a piece of demonic crystal after just doing him a small favor. It was almost impossible for inferior demons like them to obtain demonic crystals. However, they would have the chance to if they could receive Zhao's recognition. Therefore, all the demons seemed to be more fervent than last time. Mr. Living. Bloody Hunter walked out from the group of demons and saluted at Zhao. I'm honored by your arrival. How may I help you? Damn, you abject hybrids. Did you forget that your lord is right here? Zhao rolled his eyes at Beelzebub. Ignore him. I'm so mad. I'm leaving. Beelzebub pretentiously opened his wings and flew into the sky. Right. Is anyone in your village ill? I know that the mudman living in the ruined cave on the edge of the mountain is ill. Mr. Living, I'll bring him here now, Bloody Hunter answered readily. The demons around Zhao also looked like they were willing to help. Before Zhao could stop them, the group of demons charged towards the ruined cave in a formidable array. Soon, the extremely ugly mudman was dragged out by the group of demons. Rules were set by the powerful, while laws were present to protect the weak. There were rules in hell, but not laws. Therefore, the greatest original sin in hell was being weak. The mudman was both depressed and confused. Usually, he lived alone in the ruined cave. He had neither offended anyone nor had treasures of any value to other demons. A few dozen demons had just charged out from the village for no reason and dragged him out from his home by force. Mr. Living, we've already brought the dirty mudman here. The mudman's face was filled with panic. He had also heard that their village had welcomed a living human, but he had never seen the human before. At the moment, the human was in the village again. Why did he want to see me? Did I offend him without even knowing it? The honored living, may the humble I ask if I have accidentally offended you. The mudman stared at Zhao in horror. Oh right. I caught 2 human souls in the river of death yesterday. Are they your friends or relatives? I will return them to you. No. I heard that you're ill. Is that right? Zhao asked. Yes. I have been infested by hellbugs. They keep eating my flesh and blood away. It's really irritating. The rest of you can leave now. I'll call you if I need help. Realizing that Zhao was not planning to harm Mudman, the group of demons left. Only Bloody Hunter stayed behind, claiming that he was going to serve Zhao. I'm a doctor in the human world, that is, I treat those who are ill. Recently, I've come across some special art of healing which can be used to treat demons, so I want to try it on you. What do you think? Mr. Living, I heard that in the human world, patients have to pay the doctor for treatment. I have nothing, so I can't afford the fees. No need. You're my first demon patient, so I wouldn't charge you. Really? Slap. Bloody Hunter struck the mudman's mud-like face with his claws, mutilating his face. Of course, the mudman already looked like that in the first place. Don't question the words of Mr. Living. Bloody Hunter was definitely an excellent cat's paw. He already started to help Zhao establish his reputation without Zhao asking. Chapter 68, Medical Techniques to Treat Demons. Chapter 68, Medical Techniques to Treat Demons. The mudman led Zhao to his cave of ruins. He lived there alone. The cave of ruins was in the middle of a swamp. Some lower-level demons and creatures lived here. Zhao had seen records of hellbugs in the demonic medical book. They were basically a type of parasite. The previous Grim Reaper had experimented on humans and demons. Hellbugs could live on them. Hellbugs weren't fatal to demons, but they definitely were to humans. Thankfully, there were no hellbugs in the human world. The human world wasn't suitable for them either. Unless a hellbug could find a host in the human world extremely quickly, they wouldn't be able to survive. Because of the environment, even if 1 or 2 hellbugs appeared in the human world, only 1 or 2 people would die. It wouldn't become a widespread disaster. In hell, having hellbugs was a common illness, just like roundworms in humans back then. Some lower or smaller demons suffered greatly though. Hellbugs couldn't kill them, but they were still painful. The previous Grim Reaper mentioned 2 treatments in his notes. The first was a biological extraction, or surgery. The second was driving them out with medicine, similar to how humans drove out roundworms. The previous Grim Reaper also discovered poison ivy, a type of plant in hell. Poison ivy was a common toxic plant in hell. It contained poison that was fatal to both demons and humans, so you couldn't use it directly. It had to be refined first. After extracting the poison, the ivy could be made into an antidote that would quickly drive the hellbug out of the host. Bloody Hunter, go find some poison ivy. Yes, living lord. A while later, the Bloody Hunter found a clump of poison ivy. Zhao began extracting the medical elements of the poison ivy. He put it inside a cup filled with demon's blood. The blood would absorb the poison of the ivy. When he took out the ivy later, the poison was mostly gone. After that, Zhao had the mudman eat the refined medicine. The mudman was clearly unwilling. After all, in his eyes, poison ivy was a huge toxin, he would die. However, the Bloody Hunter was obviously fatal too, so he grudgingly ingested the poison ivy. A while later, he threw up and there was a hellbug in the vomit. The dark red creature was as thick as 3 fingers together and around 3 feet long. There were suction cups on each end. It was still very lively and tried getting close to Zhao. He took 2 steps back and the bloody hunter squashed the hellbug. After expelling the hellbug, the mudman became much more spirited. This was Zhao's first demon patient. However, the hellbug wasn't that troublesome of a condition. The treatment process and theory was clear too. It wasn't difficult at all. Most respected living being, these are souls I fished out of the river of death yesterday. Please accept it. The mudman held up 2 souls locked inside a fist-sized crystal ball. They'd shrunk a lot, but Zhao still saw the terror on their faces. I said I don't need to get paid. No, this isn't payment. This is my respect for you. I really don't need it. I have no use for it. Zhao truly didn't need it. What would he use it for? It wasn't like he ate souls. These 2 souls look very complete. You're so lucky. Where did you find them? The bloody hunter looked at the 2 souls in the crystal ball. Most souls floated down the river of death after falling into hell. The demons would capture these fallen souls like fishermen. Some souls were more complete and remembered most of their lives. They were more valuable. They could be divided into dozens of soul fragments. Others were more broken. Their memories were already shattered, so they were naturally less valuable. It was a feat if a demon could get 1 or 2 soul fragments. As a resident of a territory, the demons had to pay tax to their lords, which was in the form of soul fragments. For example, a small lord like Beelzebub could get more than 1,000 soul fragments per year. He wasn't very strong, but his territory was in a good place. The river of death would flow through it, so he was pretty well off. The bloody hunter found a few more sick demons for Zhao. These all had common diseases. It was easy for Zhao to treat them too. After these cases, Zhao became much more familiar with demonic medical knowledge. Studying for 10 years couldn't be compared to actually doing it once. After half a day, Zhao returned to the human world. Knock, knock. As soon as he exited the basement, he heard the knocking outside. Opening the door, he saw an overweight 50-year-old woman holding a piece of pizza. Hi, I'm your neighbor. I live across the street in the 3rd house to the left. I heard that there's a new neighbor, so I came over to say hi. This is freshly made. Thanks. I'm Zhao, but you can call me Chen. Zhao didn't reject her. After all, this was his first interaction with neighbors. The pizza wasn't the main point. It was the thought that counted. If Zhao wanted to keep living here, he had to have good relationships with his neighbors. He didn't plan on acting like a cold city guy or an unfriendly stranger. I'm Mary. My husband is Bant. I think you two will become friends. I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Goodbye. Zhao and the demons crowded around to eat the pizza when someone knocked on the door again. It was a man around 50 years old. He seemed to be close to Ethan's age, but he was completely different from Ethan. While Ethan was the decadent middle-aged type, this man was tall and burly like a bear. He had a strong presence. Hello, I'm Mary's husband. She just said that there's a cute boy here. I don't think I count as a cute boy. Zhao wondered how Mary described him at home. He was nowhere close to cute. Okay, whatever. Mary said that you don't look back, so you want to come to our town's bonfire party tonight? Sure. Thanks for your invitation. Oh, can I bring my kids? Of course. You're married. Zhao moved to the side. There were some small furry heads eavesdropping in the corner. These are my kids. Of course. I'll come pick you up tonight. Chapter 69, Heroes of the Fireground. Chapter 69, Heroes of the Fireground. In the evening, Bant came to fetch Zhao. Bant was driving an outmoded truck, but Zhao did not really care. Chen, are you from China? How did you know? We had an immigrant here in the past. His name was also Chen. Oh, is he still here? No, he moved away, but he would occasionally come back to meet his friends. Although they had had little contact, Zhao could tell that Bant was a straightforward person. He was able to get along with most people and did not have any taboos. Chen, what's your job? Doctor. Doctor. A good profession. Most Americans feel that doctors, lawyers, and college professors are the best jobs available. These people have high income and are respected. Indeed, Americans and Chinese have more or less the same opinions regarding this. Ha! Is that a factory? Zhao pointed at the distance where thick smoke could be seen. That's... shit! That's a winery. It's on fire. My son works there. Bant turned the steering wheel and the truck raced towards the burning winery. At the moment, the area outside the winery was already a mess. The first 4 floors of the 6-story building were ablaze and the people outside had no way of going in. On the 5th and 6th floors, there were people calling for help. Because it was too high, nobody dared to jump down. They could only wait for the firefighters to arrive. Suddenly, however, Walter, who was in the trunk of the vehicle, jumped down and charged into the fireground directly. Shit! Your dog just ran in. Zhao was also dumbfounded. He knew that Walter used to save people in water, but it was a fireground this time. Zhao glanced at Carrie. She was an ice demon and her icy power could greatly weaken the fire. However, she must not use it publicly. Zhao signaled Carrie with his eyes while he also charged into the fireground. Carrie followed Zhao closely into the building, leaving Bant astonished. How did they dare to charge into such a huge fire? All the first 4 floors were afire. Even the vents were spouting flames. However, Zhao and his pets actually dashed into the fireground one after another. Just then, Walter dragged a person out from the building with his mouth. Realizing this, Bant and the other few people outside ran up immediately and poured water onto the wounded victim. Bant and the rest all looked at Walter respectfully. Walter was in a bad shape. His originally bright hair was partially charred. However, after saving a person, Walter actually went back into the fireground again. Zhao was actually not in any danger. Carrie was right beside him and the fire could not even go near them. In the fire, Zhao saw a person trembling at a corner of a room. Zhao immediately went up. The person was alive and not really injured, but he was half unconscious. Carrie, use your power on him. Carrie cast her icy power on the victim at once. In such a situation, her power would only protect him instead of harm him. Walter had already returned to Zhao, who carried the victim on his back. Walter, Carrie, continue searching for people who were alive. I'll carry him out. Carrie, cast your icy power on me as well. Very soon, Zhao shivered and his body was covered in a thin layer of ice. This would protect him from the high temperature outside. Zhao quickly charged out from the passage. The condition of the air around him was really too bad. Once Zhao was out of the fireground, Bant and the rest walked up. Chen, it's too risky. He's still alive. Give me a bucket of water. I'm going in again. Chen, I know that you want to save them, but... quick. My kids are still inside. Zhao thought that since he was already involved, he might as well continue helping the people inside. Moreover, he would surely gain a significant amount of demonic crystals by saving these people. Even if Zhao was not really a hero, Walter was definitely one. Unable to convince Zhao, Bant grabbed a bucket of water and poured onto himself first. I'm going in with you. My son is also inside. No, I'm going alone. I can't take care of two people at the same time. Zhao did not want Carrie's ability to be seen by others. Wait for me outside. Tell me your son's features. I'll bring him out. Around the same age as you. Short hair. Tattoo on his neck. All right. Zhao poured a bucket of water onto himself and charged into the Fireground again. Soon, Walter dragged another person out. Just then, the firemen finally arrived. Great, we're finally here. Who can tell me what's the situation now? The captain of the firefighters instructed his team to ready the water gun as he asked the people around, did you save those few people? No, they were saved by Chen and his pets. That's Chen's dog. It's a hero and has dragged two people out already. Chen is still inside. Bant was extremely nervous. He was worried for both Chen and his son whom he had not heard about yet. Just as Bant and the firefighters were talking, Walter charged into the Fireground again. The captain was astounded. Did it go in just like this? With such a large fire, we can't even go near the entrance with our fire suit. Yes, so it's a hero. Both its master and it are heroes. Soon, another person walked out from the building. Zhao dragged another victim out again. Seeing the person dragged out by Zhao, Bant immediately shouted in surprise, Ken. Zhao was also somewhat exhausted. It was too tiring to move in the Fireground. Do you have an oxygen mask? He has taken in too much smoke. Pour some water onto him first and then give him some oxygen. Chen, thank you. Let me go. I'm going in again. Buddy, you've done enough. Leave the rest to us. You can't go in again, the fire's too big. No way. My kids are still inside. I can't leave them there. Then wear this. It can protect you. The firefighter captain gave Zhao a fire suit. Okay. Without hesitation, Zhao wore the fire suit. Then, the firefighters beside him poured some water onto him with the water gun. The captain looked at Zhao who was running into the building. I like this guy. Bant also stared at Zhao's back as he performed first aid on his son according to Zhao's instructions. Me too. He saved my son. Soon, Walter came out again, saving another person. After that, he ran into the building again. The captain and his team members were all bewildered. Most animals were very scared of fire. Even the most obedient pet would run away from a fire scene right away. They had never seen a pet that would go near a fire by itself. That guy went in again. It's really strong to drag such a big person. I feel that it should belong to our fire brigade. No, it belongs to our mountain town. Both its master and it belong here. A few minutes later, Zhao carried a person out while dragging another with his hand. He had already given his fire suit to the person on his back. After a while, Walter and Carrie also came out from the building, with Walter dragging one more person out. Chapter 70, Effort and Reward. Chapter 70, Effort and Reward. Chen, how are you? I'm fine. Zhao was exhausted at the moment. He was sure that there were no survivors in the 4 levels on fire. Everyone that could be saved had already been saved. How's your son? He's woken up. Bant pointed at Ken who was sitting on the ground in the near distance. His injuries weren't bad and he'd just inhaled smoke. Chen, I don't know how to thank you. The chief fireman walked over. Hey, you okay? Yes. Can the fire be contained? Chen Zhao looked at the people on the 5th and 6th floor. They were at the window waiting to be rescued, and there were quite a lot of them. If the fire continued spreading, Chen Zhao might have to risk his life again. No problem. Our water guns can hit the 4th floor. The fireman patted Chen Zhao's shoulder. Hey, not that hard. Chen Zhao's entire body was in pain. Sorry. Your pets are so amazing. How did you train them? Especially this baby, even I want to steal him. Hearing his words, Walter growled at the fireman. Ha! Seems like it's unwilling. Is the ambulance here? No. We're too far from the hospital. Unlike China with the 5-minute rule, ambulances, fire trucks and police came according to their distance. If a town didn't have much money, it may need to share these public safety institutions with other towns. Chen Zhao stood up. I'm a doctor. I'll go look at the wounded. Hey, you're overexhausted right now and exertion at a fire is 5 times higher than usual. You better go rest. It's okay. I'm a doctor. I know overexertion will only make me sore and tired for a few days. I won't die, but they will. I saved them from the fire. I can't let them die before my eyes. One person was severely burnt and wouldn't be able to leave the hospital in a few days. Chen Zhao secretly fed him some perfect crystals. The others weren't that serious. Most had just inhaled too much smoke. The fire on the 4th floor didn't keep spreading and was getting put out gradually. This fire was a huge hit to the town's economy. Millions of dollars had turned to dust. Some people had died as well. If Chen Zhao, Walter, and Carrie hadn't rushed in to save people, the casualties would be greater. The 3 saved 9 people from the fire. One was heavily injured while the others had lighter wounds. The ambulance arrived in half an hour. 3 hours later, the fire was put out entirely. Chen, can my team take a picture with you and Walter? Of course. The firemen all admired Chen Zhao and Walter. After all, they'd saved 9 people. Chen, I'll drive you back. Aren't you going to stay with your son in the hospital? No need. I told Mary to go. I can't leave the hero behind. Bant, please don't call me a hero. If you keep doing this, I might have to move. Fine, fine. Chen, how's that? Chen Zhao sat in the car and almost dozed off. Chen, are you okay? Do you need to get to the hospital? No. I'm just tired. When they reached his home, Bant woke Chen Zhao up. Thanks, Bant. No, I should be the one thanking you. After some hesitation, Bant added, Chen, be careful of the mayor. What? This fire might have something to do with the mayor. Why didn't you tell the police? It's useless. There's no evidence, unless you can find something at the fire site. What's going on? A chemical plant has their eyes on the land the winery is on. They want to buy it and establish a chemical plant, but all the citizens protested. Only the mayor supports it, while the winery is the town's public industry, so the chemical plant never succeeded. Later, they tried to buy the land from the mayor, but he doesn't have the right. So you suspect that he set the fire, right? Yes. He's not a good person. Then how did he become mayor? He won't be for long. His term will be up in 2 months and no one will vote for him again. Does he have some bad past? On the surface, he's just a regular politician. Actually, saying he's a politician is too much for him. I've heard that he has connections with gangs, so I told you to be careful. Okay, I understand, but I was just saving people. There's no reason for him to go against me, right? One of the people you saved is his mortal enemy, Old Treed, owner of the winery. They'd had an intense confrontation before. The mayor once said that he would have Treed and the winery go up in flames together. The mayor is that bold. Yes. He's an asshole and a complete demon. Woof, woof, woof. Bant, my kids are all nicknamed Little Demon. They don't like having other people take their nickname. Okay. Anyway, just be careful. That madman might want to use his last term to go crazy. No one knows what he might do. I understand. I'll be careful. After warning Chen Zhao, Bant went home. No one would be able to rest tonight. Chen Zhao guessed that Bant had to get to the hospital later. As soon as Chen Zhao got home, he opened the metal box. As expected, there was a huge perfect crystal lying inside quietly. His efforts tonight hadn't gone to waste. He felt like risking his life to save those people was all worth it. It wasn't that he was too realistic. It had really been dangerous when saving those people. Even with Carrie's protection, it still wasn't without risks. Chen Zhao took out the miscellaneous pieces of demonic crystals. Carrie, Walter, these are yours. Human, what about me? And me? You two didn't help and you still want a reward. We couldn't do anything there. Did you expect us to go in and get in your way? Beelzebub asked matter-of-factly. The most help we can give is to cheer you on outside. Fine. Chen Zhao chose the two smallest demonic crystals. This is the reward for cheering me on. That's small. Beelzebub and Raymond looked at their crystal and then at the handful of demonic crystals that Carrie and Walter had each. As the saying went, there was no sadness if there was no comparison. Seeing the difference, Beelzebub and Raymond grew unhappy. Walter, my blood flows in you, so you should give me half. Woof. Walter opened its mouth and started growling at Beelzebub. It was a demon now, not an ignorant dog. As for Carrie, she was never afraid of Beelzebub and Raymond. The possibility of wresting demonic crystals from her was basically zero. Chapter 71, Mutual Deception. Chapter 71, Mutual Deception. Walter's mouth looked swollen. He held all the demonic crystals in his mouth, after which he trotted boastfully into the basement and into Blackie's territory to find the Hellhound. The Hellhound was Walter's best friend. He would share whatever he had with the Hellhound. As for Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie, they did not know what sharing was. At night, the house was in complete silence, but Beelzebub and Raymond did not sleep. Today, Chen Zhao had been generous for once and had given so many demonic crystals to Carrie and Walter. Walter did not know how to save it all. He had already shared some of her crystals with the Hellhound and eaten the rest. They were both single and did not have a family to take care of. On the other hand, Beelzebub and Raymond had wives and a group of children. They could not eat all the demonic crystals at once like the other two foolish dogs. Therefore, they could only put their eyes on Carrie's crystals. Just like them, Carrie would not eat all the demonic crystals at once. Similar to Beelzebub and Raymond, Carrie would go back to hell once in a while, bringing her demonic crystals with her. Raymond, are you sure you can find where Carrie hid her crystals? Yes, my nose doesn't lie. I promise you I know where her crystals are. Then what are we waiting for? Bring me there now. While it was still dark, Beelzebub and Raymond slipped from the house surreptitiously and went to the backyard. It's right under that tree. Dig them all out. Why don't you do it yourself? Do you see any hands from me? Raymond was frustrated. I heard that snakes can burrow. Nonsense, you fool. Snakes can't burrow. At least I can't. I found them, and I'll dig them out. What are you going to do? At least I can bear the consequences with you if we're found. When we get Carrie's treasure, I want 60%. No way. We agreed to share it equally. But I did more. If you keep nagging, I'll wake Carrie up. Fine, fine. Beelzebub started digging downwards. After digging for less than 30 centimeters, he saw a small wooden box. Look. Here it is. Great. Open it. Beelzebub eagerly opened the box. However, the next moment, a pall of smoke spread out from the box. Beelzebub trembled and fell unconscious. Fool, Raymond said, sticking his tongue out. Carrie, you can come out now. Carrie strolled out elegantly from the dark. Did that fool fall into the trap? Yes. He's already affected by your hypnotic pollen. He'll sleep until the morning. He would never have imagined that you would betray him. I'm not his subordinate, so it's not called betrayal. Let's go. I'll bring you to his treasure point. Raymond and Carrie made one round and went to the vegetated area which was in front of the house and beside the road. He hides his demonic crystals here. I saw him digging here for quite a while one night. Are you sure it's not your trap? I promise. But I don't trust you. After all, you've just betrayed Beelzebub. I've already brought you here anyway. I only want my share now. After considering, Carrie still decided to try it. Nevertheless, she was still extremely careful. Using her icy power, an ice shard dropped down from the sky towards the place Raymond had specified. At the instant the ice shard hit, a whirlpool suddenly appeared out of nowhere. No, it's a trap. A ward. Carrie shouted, realizing that she had been rooted. She turned around and looked at Raymond. Help me. Haha, an evil smile appeared on Raymond's face. Carrie understood everything at once. I knew it. You've just betrayed Beelzebub and now you're betraying me. I've betrayed no one. You despicable and abject demon. Carrie attempted to break free from the ward, but it was very firm. She would not be able to escape from it without a few hours of work. Raymond twisted his slim body and slowly disappeared in Carrie's vision. However, just after Raymond left, Beelzebub appeared quietly. I already said that stinky bug can't be trusted. Stop wasting time. You're nothing good either. Release me from the ward now. Beelzebub stood up with his hind legs and grabbed a tree branch with his front paws. He drew a magic array on the ground, after which he injected magical power into the array. Immediately, the array lit up. Beelzebub controlled the power of the magic array and pointed the branch in his paw at Carrie. At once, Carrie regained freedom. Although Beelzebub's main ability was gluttony, he was a demon after all. He certainly had more than just one ability. Carrie and Beelzebub had contacted each other secretly long ago. However, they were also on guard and plotting against each other. Just like how Raymond had plotted Beelzebub and then Carrie, Beelzebub and Carrie would betray each other too if they had the chance. Are you not going to stop Raymond? He knows the real place you've hidden your demonic crystals. So what? Do you think he'll be able to get my treasure easily? Then let's go and take Raymond's treasure. Do you know where it is? It's in the doghouse of Blackie's stupid dog. He thought that he hid it well. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. However, little did they know that Raymond was also looking at them in the dark. These two fools. They thought that their silly plan can trick me. Demons were treacherous creatures. They normally looked ludicrous in front of Zhao, but they were not actually stupid. As all of this was happening, Zhao was watching them with a pair of night vision device which he had purchased online. Looks like they'll do this for the entire night again. Walter, are you sure that you found all their demonic crystals? Roar. If anyone isn't obedient next time, I'll make him or her bankrupt. Everything was in Chen Zhao's control. The three demons thought that they had everything, but they had been under Chen Zhao's monitoring all the time. These three bastards would fight against each other non-stop, both openly and secretly, every night. All right. Let's sleep. Chen Zhao lied on the bed when a head suddenly appeared above him. Ah. How many times have I said this? Don't appear like this. I can't knock or push the door, so it's the only option. Still, don't appear right above my bed. How would I know where you are? Of course I'm on the bed at this time. Chen Zhao complained, forget it. What's up? When I came back just now, I discovered an interesting place. Do you want to go there? Chapter 72, Gates of Hell. Chapter 72, Gates of Hell. What is this place? An ancient passageway. What kind of passageway? It leads to the gates of hell. Ha! Someone had once created a gate to hell nearby but failed. Where? Is it far? It'll take around an hour by foot. That far? Chen Zhao hesitated. Should we go tomorrow? Let's see when we have time. Walking for 1 hour is too far. You can only see that place during a full moon. We'll have a chance in the next 3 days, but after that, we'll have to wait until next month. What's so interesting about a failed door? Chen Zhao asked, confused. It's a door that you can go through, but you can't go out. The person who made it probably wanted to create a two-way door so he could go in and out of hell. Is that useful? It's not useful to you, since you can go in and out of hell without a gate. But it's very meaningful to regular humans. I haven't thought of a use for the gate. Think about it. Your family member died and you want to see him. You can use this gate to see the family member who'd fallen into hell. That's crazy. Even if a soul fell into hell, how do you find it? Hell is so big. You don't have to look around. If that soul hasn't been captured by a demon, you only need to use a magic spell to send a soul in, and then the gate can send the relative's soul out. If a demon has captured the soul, you'll need to exchange more souls. But even if you can summon back your relative's soul, it'll be incomplete, right? Yes. This is what you humans are obsessed with. Not everyone is so logical. Go to sleep. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Chen Zhao kept thinking about Blackie's words and couldn't fall asleep. He didn't have a good night's sleep and was still listless the next day. He couldn't recover from the fire yesterday. His neck was sore and his limbs felt weak. Chen Zhao was a doctor, so he knew that these conditions were because sudden high exertion resulted in muscle fatigue. He dredged his meridians and the conditions were slightly relieved. Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie had fought the entire night and had just started sleeping. Knock, knock. Chen Zhao opened the door. It was Jerlin. Jerlin, how come you're here? What, you don't welcome me? Are you hiding another woman in your home? Chen Zhao moved aside, letting Jerlin in. You don't have work today. Jerlin walked in and grabbed the milk Chen Zhao had drunk. I just solved a major case. Melson gave me 2 days break. Chen Zhao poured another glass of milk. So you can accompany me for the next 2 days. So you miss me. Of course. Chen Zhao pulled Jerlin directly into the bedroom. After their morning exercise, they went back downstairs. Do you have work today? No. My time is all yours. Let's go camping. Sure. Jerlin indeed wanted to relax. Otherwise, she wouldn't drag Chen Zhao to go camping. Bring the kids. Zhao really liked these little demons. She was even jealous of Zhao for being able to train them so well. The town that Zhao lived in was called Mountain Town. This was obviously because there were a few big mountains beside it. Zhao and Zhao were entangled the entire morning. After lunch, they began packing the stuff for camping and got into Zhao's car. 20 minutes later, they reached the foot of the mountain. Zhao picked up the biggest bag while giving the other one to Walter, the biggest animal. Zhao, have you camped here before? I've come here before but not for camping. A corpse was discovered nearby half a year ago. Okay. Change the topic. There's a lake over there. Let's put the tent up there. Zhao didn't know that their group had an extra person, or rather, demon, Blackie. The gate of hell I mentioned is upstream of the lake. Want to go look? Another time. Zhao's here right now. Zhao didn't want to ruin the camping mood. When he reached the lakeside, a fresh feeling instantly entered his heart. The water glittered and a slight breeze blew past. Dense forests were on either side of the clear water. If I had the money, I would definitely buy this place and then build a mansion, Zhao said emotionally. Indeed, the view was amazing and the air was clean and fresh. Nature was well preserved here. Anyone who came here would fall in love with it. You won't be able to get this place without $12 million, right? Chen, you're too much. This place won't be more than $500,000. How is that possible? How can such a great environment only be $500,000? You're not going to grow a farm here and there's no value in developing it. Traffic is inconvenient and there aren't any homes nearby. How much value do you think it has? In Zhao's opinion, $500,000 was definitely worth it for a place like this. However, it wasn't a small number to him either. Human, Blackie said. If you can buy this place, the 3 hellhounds will have enough space to exercise. They won't be cooped up in the space crevice all day. But didn't you just settle into the crevice? I can move the crevice to this place or move all the stuff here. You can move crevices. It's kind of annoying, but it's still possible. But I don't have money. It wasn't that Zhao had no money. He'd indeed made a lot of money during this period, but it was only about $500,000. He could put in all his savings to buy this land, but he had to pay to build a house too. He also had to construct a road to the highway. This would be a great sum too. I'm not in a hurry. It's not that easy to move a crevice either. You're tempting me to buy this land just so the 3 can have space to move around. More importantly, it's really close to the gates of hell. What does that have to do with you? This gate was most likely created by the previous owner of the spatial crevice. I want to study the crevice. If you live here, I can go in and out of the gate more easily. Chapter 73, Fake Play Becomes Real. Chapter 73, Fake Play Becomes Real. There wouldn't be demons coming out from the gates of hell, right? Of course not. It's not that easy for demons to enter the human world. Since we can use sorcery to summon souls from the gates of hell, can we also summon demons? That's different altogether. It's more like trading than summoning. Souls are considered as a commodity, but demons can't trade themselves. Then why can I summon demons? How would I know? I'm not an omniscient god. But you're a grim reaper, god of death. That's kind of a god. While I'm happy to be viewed by humans as a god of death, why do I only feel deep insult from your words? Walter's favorite thing was water. He had already jumped into the lake. Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie liked to play in water too. Although they were not as enlivened as Walter, they were still delighted. Zhao was convinced by Blackie's suggestion. However, the huge price still made him hesitant. Chen, are you really thinking about it? Zhao realized that Chen Zhao was actually considering it seriously. Maybe. Do you have that much money? Zhao asked. I managed to get some money from a rich person recently. Are you really planning to buy the land? I have no idea how much this piece of land actually costs, whether it belongs to Mountain Town or is private, and whether its owner is willing to sell it. Even if I can buy it, I wouldn't have the money to build a house. However, this was not the main theme that day, so Chen Zhao only chatted with Zhao about it briefly. Chen Zhao only had the preliminary thought about purchasing the land. Anyway, he felt that the value of his money would be better preserved by buying the land than storing it in the bank. Money in the bank would only slowly lose its value. On the other hand, if Chen Zhao invested it on actual property, no matter how much the land devalued, he would not lose much. Chen Zhao had a very typical Chinese mindset. Chinese people have a special feeling towards land. In Chen Zhao's mindset, he would only have a foundation after he owned a piece of land. Moreover, he felt that this piece of land has its own value, unlike what Zhao had said. In fact, the natural environment was part of its value. If this land cost $10 million, Chen Zhao would not even think about buying it. However, if it only cost $500,000, Chen Zhao felt that he could buy it. As Beelzebub and the rest played in the lake, Chen Zhao and Zhao built a tent on the lakeside. Zhao was very familiar with this and they finished the tent in 10 minutes. Just then, a few playful young people walked towards their direction. They looked like high school students. There was a mix of both genders and they were wearing either swimming trunks or swimsuit. These people also saw Chen Zhao and Zhao, so they approached them. Hello. I've never seen you before. Are you new to this place? A burly young man said. He was handsome, well-built, and polite. You can call me Chen. I live in the infamous ghost house in town. Chen. I know you. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl behind exclaimed, yesterday the winery was on fire. I heard that an Asian and a dog saved 9 people from the Fireground. You even saved Uncle Bernard, am I right? Hearing her words, the few young people all looked at Chen Zhao in surprise and respect. I'm Famer Olip, the leading young man said. The others also introduced themselves. Famer lifted a box of beer from his companion. Do you want one? Are you adults already? My girlfriend is a cop. In America, one needs an identity document to buy tobacco and alcohol. It is a crime to sell them to minors. Of course, some places are stricter than others. Don't spoil the fun. Come, Ms. Police, let's drink together. Chen Zhao shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Zhao also did not care if these people were adults. Anyway, she was in charge of crime investigation and did not care about these things. The brown-haired girl Lily pointed at the few dogs that were playing in the lake. Is the largest German Shepherd there the dog which saved people from the Fireground? Yes, he's Walter. He's a good boy. He's really big. I've never seen such a huge dog. Usually, a German Shepherd could only have a shoulder height of 60 centimeters and weight of 45 kilograms at most. However, Walter's shoulder height was over 80 centimeters and he weighed 65 kilograms. He was almost as heavy as an adult woman. Moreover, this did not seem to be his limit. Since Walter had been converted to a hybrid demon, he had been growing. Recently, his growth had already slowed down, but it had not stopped completely. Chen Zhao was also unsure how big Walter could reach. Even the difference between two humans whose heights were 3 centimeters apart could be easily noticed, not to mention dogs. Walter was indeed very large, especially when he was with Beelzebub and Carrie. German Shepherd was considered as a large dog, but Walter's size at the moment was already extra large. Of course, Walter's weight and shoulder height were still within the range of a normal dog. Does he bite? Nope. I already said, he's a good boy. Can I test him? Famer asked. How do you want to test him? I'll pretend to be drowning. Fine. Famer ran into the lake and then slowly swam away until he was about a few dozen meters away from the shore. Suddenly, he felt something drag his feet. Is there a big fish in the lake? He thought. However, before he could think further, he felt something bite his feet. Its bite force was not big, but it kept dragging him down. Shit! Help! Help! The people on the shore all looked at Famer with a smile. Lily pointed at Famer and remarked, his acting is so real. Is he in trouble? Chen Zhao asked, frowning. Stop joking. Famer is the captain of our school's swimming team, and he has taken part in the high school sports competition, where he was the champion in the youth division. Even his warm-up in school every day is 1,000 meters, another young man said. Chen Zhao still felt uneasy. From Famer's behavior, he felt that something might actually have gone wrong. Walter, save him. In the lake, Walter turned his head and saw Famer in the distance. Splash. God, he's so fast. Famer's sinking. He's not joking. Walter, faster. Walter was extremely fast. Chen Zhao's eyelids quivered as he scanned everyone around him. They did not seem to have noticed that Walter's swimming speed was extraordinary. Everyone was fully focused on Famer. At the moment, he had already disappeared from the surface of the pool. Walter dived down suddenly and everyone could feel their heart pound. They finally realized that Famer was really in trouble. Chapter 74, Subordinate Imprint. Chapter 74, Subordinate Imprint. Finally, Famer floated up and started swimming back with full power. Where's Walter? Why didn't Walter come up? Lily yelled in panic. As soon as she spoke, they saw splashes behind Famer. Walter seemed to be fighting with something. It was a huge catfish that was even bigger than Walter. It was dramatically large. It seemed to be 2 times the size of Walter. Everyone tensed up. Could Walter defeat this catfish in the water? Chen Zhao wasn't doubtful. Walter's combat ability wasn't equal to his size. After a while, the catfish floated up to the surface. Walter started swimming to Famer. After catching up, it pushed against Famer with its head and helped him swim back to land. When everyone saw that man and dog were safe, they let out sighs of relief. Famer, are you okay? I'm all right. Famer nodded. That catfish bit my ankle and dragged me down. Thankfully, Walter saved me. He was still in shock. It had just been a joke. No one expected there would be serious danger. Famer looked down at Walter. He's really powerful. Walter, go get that catfish, Chen Zhao said. We'll have fish tonight. Everyone looked at Walter and then that huge catfish floating on the surface. Are you sure Walter can get it onto land? Of course. Famer, come sit here. I'll give you a checkup. Famer had truly drowned just then. Chen Zhao needed to be sure if he had pulmonary edema. If he did, then he had to go to the hospital. I feel great. There's no problem. Famer patted his chest. If you want to eat that catfish, then listen to me and let me check. Fine. Chen Zhao checked and didn't let him go until he was sure Famer was okay. By then, Walter had dragged the catfish onto land and everyone worked together to drag it over. It took a few young people's entire strength to move the fish. This catfish was honestly too big, especially its mouth. It could completely swallow a child-sized creature. It wouldn't eat an adult human, but its habit was to view anything in the water that's smaller than it or close to it as its target. They were more aggressive than sharks, and in America, there were occasionally cases where children drowned because of catfish. This was why some catfish were known as man-killing catfish. Of course, this wasn't that common. I didn't think there would be such a large catfish in the lake, Farmer said. There's probably only this one. This lake can't contain 2 huge catfish. This lake was less than 1 square mile. It also connected to a river with moving water. Moving water could maintain the quality of the water, but it also meant medium-sized catfish could escape. After all, it was difficult for other large fish to survive in this tiny lake if there was already a domineering king. If they couldn't live here, they would choose to escape. If this catfish didn't have enough food, it could only go hungry. This was also why it attacked Farmer. However, it would no longer rule the waters. Zhao slit open its stomach and suddenly dug out a pearl. What's this? It's from hell, Blackie said, floating over. It has hell's aura. Beelzebub, come here. Beelzebub bounced over. What? Do you know what this is? It looks like some demon subordinate imprint. What's a subordinate imprint? I'm subordinate to the king of gluttony, so I have his imprint in me. Are you born with it? Yes. So that means that this catfish is actually some large demon subordinate. It also might have eaten a subordinate and the imprint was left inside its stomach. Is that likely? It's less likely, but it's not impossible. With my current state, it'll definitely eat me if I run into it. That means that some demon had come to the human world, unfortunately fell into the water, and was eaten by this catfish. I don't know. It might be what you said. Will it be alright if we eat it after it ate a demon? Yeah. What does the subordinate imprint do? If you collect enough, you can summon the superior demon. How many do you need? Not sure. It depends on which demon it is. I'm subordinate to the king of gluttony, so you'll need at least 100 glutton imprints to summon his projection. If it's just a regular subordinate, you only need around 5 imprints. What if I want to summon your demon king Satan? You can't. No one can summon him if he's unwilling. However, if he's willing to reply to you, you can summon him into the human world without any cost. That cool. That cool. Robio. Phalai walked in, scaring Robio. He crumpled up the newspaper in his hands and tossed it into the trash can. What's up? Robio looked up at Phalai. You've been sitting in the office for an hour. This isn't something a coastal lifeguard should do. You can't save anyone in here. All right. Robio stood up. Phalai didn't follow him out. Instead, she looked suspiciously at the newspaper Robio had tossed. Taking it out and opening it, she saw the huge headline. Firefighting hero. Phalai started reading the article. It said that a man and dog saved 9 people from a fire. There was also a picture. It wasn't very clear, but she could see it was an Asian man with a dog. Seeing the dog, Phalai's brows furrowed subconsciously. How come it looked so much like Walter? Phalai looked out the window. Seeing Robio's jogging figure, the suspicion in her grew. The newspaper mentioned Fire Brigade No. 7 of LA. Changing her clothes, Phalai left the beach without telling anyone. She had to get this cleared up, no matter if it was Walter or not. The newspaper picture wasn't clear and was in black and white, but she felt like the dog was Walter. She also noticed that the man with the dog was that illegal doctor from last time. Of course, she couldn't make any conclusions now, but she had a feeling that it was Walter. Chapter 75, Never Correct or Expose a Lying Woman. Chapter 75, Never Correct or Expose a Lying Woman. Hi. Failai found Fire Brigade Number 7 of LA. A burly firefighter walked up and asked, "Madam, how may I help you?" "I want to inquire about the winery fire the night before yesterday." "Yes." "What about it?" "In that fire, an Asian and a dog participated in firefighting." "Is that right?" "You mean Chen and Walter?" "Yes, I remember them clearly. They're both heroes. In that incident, my colleagues and I were almost insignificant, but I'm honored to be able to cooperate with them." The firefighter obviously had a great impression of Chen, Zhao and Walter. Most firefighters had low salary despite the high risk they had to face. Therefore, people without a sense of justice would not be able to take this job for long. Hence, firefighters were usually very kind towards people of the same kind. Moreover, America is a country that supports individual heroism. To firefighters, charging into a raging fire and saving people was the best definition of individual heroism. Failai's eyes sparkled and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. "Walter. Is that dog also called Walter? Can you tell me where that Asian lives?" You want to find him. What's your relationship with him?" The firefighter stared at Failai. He did not say anything recklessly, although the beautiful lady before him did not seem like a bad person. However, this involved Chen Zhao's privacy after all. Americans are always very alert about such things. After thinking, Failai bit her lip and said, "That man abandoned me. He left me without saying a thing and I've been looking for him since then. I have to find him, and then I'll crack his balls." "Oh, I see. I support your idea very much, but I don't have his number either. You can go to Mountain Town and ask around. He should be living there." "Great. Thank you. He's a hero indeed, but I don't like people who abandon their girlfriends without a word." "Then I'll leave now. Bye. Can I have your number please? We can eat together when you're free." "I know a great burger shop," the firefighter said. "Sorry. Before I kick that bastard's balls, I'm not ready for another relationship." "All right. Do you know where Mountain Town is? I can send you there." "That will be amazing, if you're free." Failai indeed did not know where Mountain Town was. Los Angeles is huge and there are at least 100 towns around it. It would be best if there was someone to lead Failai. "I'm Kanan. What's your name?" "Failai. I'm from the Coastal Rescue Team," Failai answered. "Oh, so our occupations are kind of the same." "Not quite, although we both save people. You save people from fire, while we save people from water." "Failai, do you still like Chen?" "No. According to psychology, the fact that you're still finding your ex for revenge indicates that you still have feelings towards him." "Did you learn psychology?" "No, the negotiator of our fire brigade taught me this." "Then did the negotiator tell you that you should never correct or expose a lying woman?" In just over half an hour, the two arrived at Mountain Town. "How do we find him?" Failai asked. Kanan scanned around him. "Easy. Find the police." Kanan stopped the car by the roadside and walked to a police car. "Buddy, I want to find a person. He's an Asian who's raised a few dogs. I believe he lives in this town. Do you know where he stays?" "You mean Chen?" "Yes, that's him." Leonardo inspected Kanan and then looked at Failai who was still in the car behind. "Do you know Chen?" "The lady in my car is his ex-girlfriend. They still have some unsettled business," Kanan said. "He lives in number 13 Banana Street." "The haunted house," Leonardo said. "Got it. Thank you and bye." Once Kanan left, Leonardo called Chen Zhao. Chen, I just met your ex-girlfriend. What? Chen Zhao was dumbfounded. My ex-girlfriend. She should be on the other side of the Pacific Ocean now. Are you sure she's my ex-girlfriend? She's a very beautiful red-haired lady. Big tits. You sure you don't know her? I know many women, but I can confirm that I don't have a red-haired, big-tit ex-girlfriend. Do you know any lady like that at all, even if she's not your ex? No. Did you tell her my address? Yup. I thought that she's really your ex. Looks like I've made some trouble for you. I'll go there now. Who is it? Leonardo, a patrolman in town. I think he's also from your police station. The so-called patrolman was actually just a police in charge of the local area. There was no police station in Mountain Town, so the town was under the police station of another region. A person like Leonard may need to patrol 2 to 3 such towns in a single day. I know that guy, Jerlin said. Why did he call you? A person who claimed to be my ex-girlfriend asked him for my address, and he told her. Your ex? You know that my ex is on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. After I came here, you're the only woman I've had any stable relationship with. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Jerlin looked at Chen Zhao. Do you want me to go and open the door? I'll go. I also want to see who claimed to be my ex-girlfriend. Me too. Chen Zhao and Jerlin walked to the front door. Opening the door, they saw a man and a woman outside. Wait. You're Feilai, right? Chen Zhao tried to recall his memories about Feilai. Weren't you boyfriend and girlfriend before? Why do you look like you don't really know her? Is it because your current girlfriend is beside you? Kanan asked. Chen Zhao also found Kanan familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen Kanan. Kanan. We've met before. I'm a fireman. Suddenly, Feilai leaped towards Chen Zhao fiercely. You thief. Return me my Walter. Return me my Walter. Woof. Just then, Walter charged out in excitement. He had heard Feilai's voice. Chen Zhao was totally speechless as it was a really bad timing for Walter to appear. Chapter 76, Walter's Choice. Chapter 76, Walter's Choice. Walter. Feilai was overjoyed, but the next moment, she grew hesitant. This big dog before her eyes looked very similar to Walter, but Walter couldn't be so energetic. Walter wasn't this big either. He had lost weight dramatically before due to the cancer. He wasn't even 25 pounds before. The big dog here now was more than twice Walter's weight. However, there was those eyes, the close and familiar gaze. Feilai was still hesitant. Was this really Walter? Chen, do you need help? Leonardo came over too. Walter. Feilai could only see Walter now. Woof. Walter had already run over to Feilai, licking her hand. You're really Walter. You didn't die. Woof. Miss Feilai, what are you doing to my Walter? You're Walter. You thief. You stole Walter. I'm going to report you. When did I steal your Walter? Isn't this enough proof? Feilai said, pointing at the dog. I have a pet's permit for it. Can you produce a permit for your Walter? I thought Walter had died, so I cancelled it already. Why do you think your Walter died? It had cancer and my colleague said that he put it down. Look, does it look like it has cancer? You're that doctor. You cured Walter. Leonardo, do you believe her? You think I can cure a dog's cancer? Chen Zhao still refused to admit it. I don't care how you healed Walter, but he still recognizes me. You saw me. He knows me. Walter, do you know Leonardo? Walter ran over to Leonardo and licked his palm. See, it's friendly to everyone. No. That's different. It looks at me differently. Please, Miss Phalai, get out of my house if you can't produce evidence that I stole your dog. I don't welcome crazy women that accuse me of stealing dogs. Why did you name it Walter? Or is it its original name? Leonardo, am I not allowed to name my dog? Of course you can. Miss, if there's nothing else, please leave this home, Leonardo said unkindly. I'm not going unless Walter is going with me. If you insist on making a scene, I can only take you to the station. In Leonardo's opinion, Phalai was just throwing a fit. He was more willing to believe in Zhao. After all, Phalai had said that her dog had cancer and had been put down. It wasn't enough proof that Zhao's dog had the same name as hers. Leonardo. You're Jerlin from the crime squad. He finally noticed that Jerlin was there. You're not needed here. Chen and I will take care of this. Okay. Chen, I'm leaving. Zhao didn't know what Jerlin was planning. Chen and this Miss Phalai, I don't know if this dog is your Walter, but it seems to like you. I think you can let it choose between you or Chen. Jerlin, is this necessary? Chen looked at Jerlin, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. This respects everyone here, right, Chen? Fine. Let it choose. You two go stand over there. Walter, come here. Walter obediently ran over to Jerlin. She bent down and patted the dog's head. Walter, do you want to go with Chen or Phalai? Choose now. Jerlin pointed at Zhao and Phalai who were standing next to each other. Walter cocked its head, staring at the two. It didn't really understand Jerlin. Walter, will you choose me or her? Zhao repeated. Walter, you remember me, right? We fought alongside each other. Phalai stared anxiously at Walter. The dog stayed beside Jerlin, not choosing anyone. I don't think it made a choice, Zhao said. But I believe that it's more willing to be with his owner instead of an unfamiliar woman. It didn't choose. Why do you say it's more willing to be with you? Phalai refuted. Because this is its home and it has friends. Then Zhao called, Beelzebub, Carrie. Beelzebub and Carrie ran out. Walter immediately started playing with them. See, I can't find any reason why it would want to leave me and its friends, Zhao said grandly. Phalai was furious. I think I have someone who can prove that this is Walter. She called Robio and put him on speaker. Robio, I'm at Chen's house. Come here. Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Phalai was setting up a trap for Robio. Chen. Which Chen? Robio asked. Zhao's heart came back down. Thankfully, Robio wasn't stupid and reacted quickly. You're still lying to me. Walter didn't die. You didn't kill her. You gave her to Chen, right? Phalai, Walter's already dead. Why can't you accept this? It's already dead. It had cancer and couldn't get better. Robio. Phalai growled with clenched teeth. If you keep lying to me, our friendship is over. Phalai, I'm sorry. Robio's reply was extremely calm. Walter is already dead. I can accept it if you blame me for killing it, but can you please accept the fact that it's already dead? I don't believe you. I won't accept it. No matter if you accept it or not, it's the truth. Kanan patted Phalai's shoulder. Let's go. He was more willing to support Phalai, but logically, he still believed Zhao. After all, it wasn't a big deal to have two dogs with the same name. Plus, he felt like Feilai's Walter was indeed dead already. It was just that Feilai wasn't willing to accept the truth. That was why she insisted that Chen Zhao's dog was hers. I will find evidence. Gritting her teeth, Feilai glared at Chen Zhao. I will expose your true nature and let everyone know that you're a shameless thief. Please don't come harass me before you find evidence. Otherwise, I'll call the cops. Chen Zhao closed the door but felt coldness behind him. He could fool the entire world but not Jerlin. Can you explain what's going on? Chapter 77, Back to Work. Chapter 77, Back to Work. Walter can't live for long, so he has to stay with me. Only I can extend his life, Chen Zhao started to lie. You heard for yourself that it has cancer. You know what this means. Robio asked me to save Walter. I've been trying my best to extend his life, but if he leaves me, he'll be sick before long. Do you want to see how the disease has tortured him just half a month ago? Taking in a deep breath, Jerlin said, You should explain this to that girl. Didn't you see her attitude? Her wild attitude towards Walter. Do you think she would allow Walter to leave her? But she views Walter as her king. Isn't it cruel for you to strip Walter from her? Fine. What would you do if you were me? Let it return to its original master, and then die in suffering and pain, or let it stay here, so that it can run and play freely. At least it wouldn't be tortured by the disease. Chen Zhao sounded all righteous. Jerlin fell silent for a while. I don't know. I only feel that this is unfair for her. Feilai charged into the HQ of the coastal rescue team and shouted at Robio, You lied to me. You lied. That's Walter. Walter's not dead. The members around her were all perplexed. What's Feilai saying? Robio's face darkened. All of you, go out. Slightly shocked, the other members all left the office. Are you guilty now? That is Walter. Robio took in a deep breath. Answer me. Do you want Walter to be alive? Of course. I want it to be alive more than anyone else, so when I found out that it's still alive, I'm happier than anyone else. Chen can extend Walter's life. You saw it for yourself, Walter has regained his vigor beside Chen, but what would happen if it leaves Chen? Do you know what will happen to it? Have you ever thought about it? Robio stared at Feilai with a gloomy look. You only care about whether Walter belongs to you, but you've never cared for Walter itself. If you want Walter to live, just give up. Perhaps you can go and visit it, but don't try to snatch it away. Robio was very satisfied with Chen Zhao, who had fulfilled his promise. He had indeed restored Walter's energy. Therefore, Robio had to fulfill his promise too. At least, he must not let Feilai destroy their agreement. If possible, he hoped that he could keep this a secret forever, even if he would be accused of being a murderer. However, Feilai still managed to find out the truth. He could only tell her everything in an attempt to persuade her. Feilai sat down on the chair in disappointment, her eyes staring blankly in front of her. I'll give you 2 days to rest and relax. Use this opportunity to think over it. Chen Zhao spent 2 days with Jerlin and did nothing else, apart from a picnic the previous day and having their usual bed activities. After the 2 days, Jerlin left Chen Zhao again. Just like what they had promised, when they needed each other, they would be like a couple. For the rest of the time, they would only be friends. Chen Zhao was also back to work and called Ethan himself. Ethan, you have a job for me. Chen, what a surprise that you called me yourself. I thought that you've already forgotten about your job. I only took 2 days off. Fine. Lucky for you, I have a job at hand. Street 98, flat number 521, but the pay isn't high, only $1,000. Do you want it? Yes. Zhao tidied himself up, after which he left with Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie. Just then, he saw Mary walk towards him with some grilled bacon and ham. Chen, are you going out? Yes, I'm going to work. A patient is waiting for me. Here's some bacon and ham I've just made. Thanks. No, I should be the person to thank you. You saved Ken. I'm a doctor. Saving people is my job. After chatting briefly with Mary, Zhao took the bacon and ham and returned to his house. However, he could only eat them after coming back. Leaving his house again, he saw Vincent at the next road junction. Chen, where are you going? Street 98. On their way, Zhao received a call from the agency. Hello, Mr. Chen, I'm Hister, do you still remember me? I was the agent when you signed the rental agreement. Of course. Hi, Mr. Hister, how can I help you? You said that you're looking for a housemate, right? Yes, and I also said that I only want a beautiful female housemate. Of course. A lady told me that she likes your house. Are you willing to share it with her? Do you think she's beautiful? Of course. From my aesthetic judgment, she can very well become a Hollywood star. Is she single? Yes, she said that she lives alone. No problem then. Rent the house to her. Don't you want to come here and see your housemate first? I'll have the chance later anyway. As long as it's a beautiful lady, I wouldn't mind. Chen, I really envy you. You're always so lucky. This isn't luck, this is the charm of the Eastern people. I don't believe in that. Your housemate hasn't even seen you. Perhaps she just happens to need a housemate. Everyone has his or her own unique aura, and the auras between different people would attract or repel each other too. Come on. You're a doctor, not a spiritualist. Vincent rolled his eyes. Vincent, do you think I should buy a gift for my housemate whom I've never seen? Anything will do as long as you don't give yourself to her. You're just jealous. Yes, I am indeed jealous of you. I should go and learn medicine too. Don't force yourself. Cab driver is a promising job as well. Bastard. We're at Street 98, $88 in total. Do you need me to wait here? Nope. I'll call you if I need you. Usually, Zhao would call a cab himself to go home, unless it was late into the night. The street was filled with condos on both sides. Zhao found the house of his client. He rang the doorbell. After a while, the door opened. A beefy man who was over 1.9 meters tall had opened the door. He was half naked and his muscles were comparable to those of a bodybuilder. His body was filled with sweat and he looked like he had been exercising. I'm a doctor. I was told that I have a patient here. The man made way. Come in. Chapter 78, Track Runner. Chapter 78, Track Runner. The man was the only one in the apartment. Looking at him, Zhao asked, "Excuse me, are you my patient? Are you really a doctor?" The man looked Zhao with suspicion. I don't look like one. Do doctors all bring so many pets with them? I'm sorry. This is my personal habit. I bring my kids with me no matter where I go. I'm Rufford. Then he added, You're a traditional Chinese doctor, right? Yes. I'm an expert in traditional Chinese medicine, but I also know Western medicine. If you have unique needs, I can give you unique treatment. Rufford picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. While wiping, he said, I'm a sprinter. Half a month ago, I had a race, but I fractured my leg during it. I went through rehab, but I never got a reply for the medicine I requested from the International Association of Athletics Federation. Zhao looked down. He saw that Rufford's left calf was wrapped with gauze. It had obvious swelling. You know, without the IAAF's permission, I don't even dare to use morphine to numb the pain. Zhao nodded. As a doctor, he knew many things. However, since this athlete had gotten hurt during the competition, it shouldn't be hard to get permission to use medicine, right? Recently, a few well-known American athletes were discovered to be using steroids, so the IAAF suddenly became strict toward American athletes. When the club's doctor diagnosed me, he told me it's just a slight fracture and I don't need painkillers. Zhao walked over. Can I check your injury? Rutherford nodded, so Zhao sat onto the ground and undid the gauze. His calf had swollen at least 30% larger than usual. There was heavy blood stasis at the injury. Zhao squeezed the area. Does it hurt? Yes. How long has it been? What kind of treatment did you go through? It's been 15 days. The club's doctor gave me bone reduction treatment and some medicine for circulation. But since I don't have the paperwork for special medicine, he couldn't prescribe many things. Zhao furrowed his brows. Does the doctor hate you? Taken aback, Rutherford looked at Zhao in confusion. What do you mean? Your fibula is broken. If you don't treat it in time, you might not be able to walk regularly, let alone continue your athletic career. This isn't a fracture. Your problem is more serious than what you said. What? Broken? Rutherford was shocked. It's that bad? Yes. Right now, you shouldn't be thinking about getting permission from the IAAF to use medication. You have to get surgery as soon as possible so there aren't any lasting effects, but you've already delayed it for half a month. You've done intense exercise this past half month too, right? Your condition is looking bad now. Then, what should I do? Hurry to the hospital, Zhao said. I can't help you. All I can do is give you advice. If I go to the hospital, how long will it take before I can start competing again? You'll need at least half a year of rehab. No, that's impossible. I have to participate in the Star Invitational. Do you know how important it is to me? That's the Star Invitational. For an athlete like me, it might be the time that I shine the brightest. I can't miss it. Rutherford grew agitated. He grabbed onto Zhao's shoulder. Please help me. I'm sorry. I'm powerless against your injury. Go to the hospital. If you keep dragging it out, you won't be able to save your legs. Zhao sighed. Rutherford had obviously been scammed by the team's doctor. Anyone who could be the doctor of an athletic team would obviously know the difference between a fracture and broken bone. Going to the hospital for a surgery was Rutherford's only choice now. Go to the hospital if you want to continue your career. Do you have a way to suppress my injury? Stop kidding around. You have a broken bone. There's no way I can suppress it. What you need is treatment and rehab. Zhao left. Rutherford was a very insistent athlete. He didn't know if Rutherford would listen to his advice. However, Zhao wished he would. As an illegal doctor, Zhao wished he could make as much money as possible. But as a doctor, he still had his own professionalism and bottom line. He hoped that all of his patients would have the correct treatment and best result. If Rutherford hadn't been harmed by his doctor, then he would at least be able to get treated in time. He wouldn't have needed half a year of rehab. He would have been able to be up and running in less than a month. However, he delayed it for half a month, making his injury worse. Rutherford wasn't a superstar athlete yet. He wasn't famous, so he'd probably been invited to the Star Invitational because he'd had good results in recent competitions. Most track athletes could only dream about attending a Star Invitational. If they could have a good result there, they would have a higher rank internationally. Not only that, they may have a chance to attend the IAAF Golden League. That was the highest stage for a track athlete. Every industry has its good and bad, but most people only saw the good side. Athletes like Rutherford had a bit of fame but were still far from being a celebrity. Instead of going home, Zhao went to Ethan's. How was it? Did you solve the patient's problem? No. Zhao shook his head. He needs the hospital. Even you can't solve it. Is the problem serious? No, he was just harmed by someone and delayed the treatment period. So you didn't make a single cent for me and still came to get free lunch. Don't make me sound that bad. I didn't make a single cent either, and I had to pay for transportation too. If you won't give me lunch, then reimburse my transportation. Just then, Ethan's phone rang. He put it down less than 20 seconds later. Chen, seems like you can't eat lunch anymore. Remember your first client? Yeah, super annoying patient. Yes. He needs help. What's the price? $3,000. I'll go after lunch. No, he's in a hurry. Fine. Leave a hamburger for me. $1. If you reject my request, I'll reject this patient and you'll lose $600. You stingy asshole. Chapter 79, Treating a Pervert and Treated as a Pervert. Chapter 79, Treating a Pervert and Treated as a Pervert. Zhao could still vividly recall that impotent bastard. Zhao entered Dell's manor again, which was still in debauch. On his way in, he received occasional winks from sexy and bold girls. Tsura walked to Zhao to welcome him. Chen, you're finally here. Where's Dell? What happened to him again? I don't care about that idiot. How about we have a drink instead? Tsura was only wearing a black bra on top and she was holding a glass of wine. Let me see Dell first. To Zhao, Dell and Tsura were just a promiscuous couple. Tsura still brought Zhao into the villa, when he saw Dell facing the wall fully naked. On the wall, there was also a poster of a female star. Zhao rubbed his forehead. Dell, I'm here. How may I help you? I'm stuck. Zhao walked to Dell's side and saw Dell's rod stuck in the wall. Looking at the female star poster on the wall, Zhao could roughly tell what had happened. Zhao had seen people with various tastes before, even many who liked bestiality. However, he had never seen a person who could face a poster and get himself stuck in the wall. Mr. Dell, how long have you been stuck? About an hour. Can you be faster? Actually, I've stuck for 3 hours already. 3 hours. Zhao was astonished by the number. Ignoring those so-called world records, 99% of the men in the world could not maintain an erection for 3 hours, including Zhao. Was Dell really gifted? Zhao doubted this. He could tell that Dell was weak based on their last checkup. It would be difficult for him to even maintain it for half an hour, let alone 3 hours. Ate some medicine. Fine. $3,000 please. Given that our previous session wasn't great, I've decided that I'll take my pay first, Zhao said emotionlessly. Please. Zhao was not in a hurry at all. Tsura, can you get me some food? Tsura was not concerned about Dell's situation at all. In fact, their relationship was very similar to the one between Zhao and Zhirlin. Tsura would only gloat over Dell's foolish action. Fine. Tsura. Give him 3,000. Quick. Chen, here you are. Count it. Give me that poster too. By the way, what's the female star on the poster called? Del had ants in his pants at the moment. Suddenly, however, he felt some coldness on his feet. Lowering his head, he saw a huge snake climbing up his leg. Ah! Del immediately stepped back in shock. Is it that scary? Raymond. You've seen him before. Chen Zhao sat on the sofa and put his hand on Tsura's shoulders. That's so frightening. I'm out. Del still looked dazed. So easy. Right, your problem is settled. I'm leaving. Are you leaving so soon? Chen, stay here. I'll call a few more women and Tsura as well. Let's play together. Forget it. Chen Zhao shook his head. He really did not dare to touch the women here. Although he had gone for Rasva's erotic party before, those women had been carefully selected and perhaps even been medically examined. Even so, Chen Zhao had still chosen to wear condoms. On the other hand, Chen Zhao really did not know what diseases the women here had. Chen Zhao did not want to get infected for no reason. Most STIs were not fatal, but they would greatly affect Chen Zhao's health. They were troublesome to treat and more importantly, they would hinder Chen Zhao's work. Although Chen Zhao wanted to relax here, his rationality still won over his desire after some consideration. Del sent Chen Zhao to the gates. Chen, can you charge me less next time? If you do less stupid things, you wouldn't even need to pay. Fine. Can you return me that poster? No. To prevent you from doing such things again, I'll take it away. This poster is worth $400. Don't throw it away. I wouldn't, I'll put it on the wall in my bedroom. As Chen Zhao walked out from the residence, he looked at the woman on the poster. He could not recall what characters the female star had acted before. Nevertheless, she was really beautiful. Chen Zhao licked his lips. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt something bump into him. Lifting his head, he saw the woman on the poster right before him. She was wearing a pair of extreme high-heeled shoes. Her lips were flame red and she had a pair of aviator sunglasses on. Never had Chen Zhao seen a woman whose body was so perfect. She had the most excellent body proportions. Her long legs would make most women feel inferior and drive all men crazy. The woman glanced at the poster in Chen Zhao's hands impatiently. That's troublesome. Give me the poster. Ha! What? The woman snatched the poster from Chen Zhao and was ready to autograph. However, when she looked at the poster, she saw the hole at the bottom. Pervert. The woman was immediately enraged. She squeezed the poster into a ball and flung it at Chen Zhao's face. If you come and harass me again, I'll call the police. Chen Zhao rubbed his cheek, which was still in pain due to the impact. However, he did not chase the woman and explain himself. How could he explain such a misunderstanding? It feels like being bitten by a dog for no reason just after leaving home. Woof. Don't accuse us for that. Chen Zhao shrugged his shoulders. Just then, he received a call from Ethan again. Chen, are you done with the patient? Yup. Where are you now? I just left the patient's house. So you're still in that neighborhood? At the exit. I received another request. The patient is there too. I'll give you the address. After receiving the address, Chen Zhao turned around and walked back into the neighborhood. Chen Zhao compared the address he had received to the door plate. Number 0355. Should be here. Ding dong. The door to the apartment opened. It was the same woman he had met earlier. Chen Zhao's cheek twitched. The woman looked at Zhao in both disgust and anger. I said that if you continue to harass me, I'll call the police. I'm not a pervert. A pervert would clearly not admit it. I'm a doctor. Someone told me that I have a patient here. You're a doctor? Yes. Show me your license. Are you looking for a doctor with a medical license? The woman thought for a while, and then looked at Walter, Beelzebub, and Carrie, who were beside Zhao. Do doctors always bring so many pets to their patient's place? You're not the first client to ask me that question. Chapter 80, I'm not a pervert. Chapter 80, I'm not a pervert. Come in, but if you do anything to me, I'll bust your balls. The woman was still guarded against Zhao. You're the one who needs a doctor. It's me. Where do you feel discomfort? The woman hesitated. She stared at Zhao as if unwilling to speak. After all, she still saw Zhao as a pervert who'd held her poster. I've seen many diseases during my career, so you don't have to worry about me judging you for some embarrassing condition. There's no need. After another pause, the woman finally spoke. Do you promise you won't tell people? This is probably why you chose an illegal doctor, right? We also have the rule of keeping our patients' conditions confidential. My boyfriend discovered he had STDs before he broke up with me. Recently, I feel itchy down there and there are a lot of small red dots. I don't know if I got infected too. The woman studied Zhao's expression closely, but he was undisturbed. Did you wear a condom when you had sex with him? Yes. If you had condoms, then you should be less likely to get infected. Can you describe what it looks like in detail? Should I take off my pants to show you? If you're willing, I can diagnose you more accurately by looking with my own eyes. This woman didn't have many taboos. After revealing her condition, she opened up and took her pants off right before Zhao. He looked without using his hands. It's not STDs and just an infection. You can use some over-the-counter cleansers. It's nothing serious. Of course, if you're not sure, you can do a full check at the hospital. The results should be like what I said though. Hearing his reply, the woman let out a long sigh of relief. Then, can I put my pants on now? Yes. Can you prescribe some medicine? I told you. You don't need medicine or prescriptions for the cleanser. You can just buy it. I can't go buy it. Well, I don't have any with me. Aren't you a celebrity? Don't you have assistants? I haven't had time yet. I just got to America. You aren't a Hollywood celebrity. You don't know me. You were holding my poster earlier. Would you believe me if I say that poster isn't mine? I'm from Australia. My name is Lucy. I'm pretty famous in Australia, but I'm only a rookie in Hollywood. You can call me Chen. I'm from China. Sorry about what happened. It's okay. If you can't buy a cleanser now, I can prescribe some Chinese medicine to get rid of the bacteria. Okay. Please prescribe some. Lucy was very relieved after learning she was okay. For foreign celebrities like her, developing in Hollywood was already very difficult. If she had a scandal, such as having STDs, she could basically bid farewell to the circle. It wasn't just Hollywood. She might not be able to get rid of this scandal even in her own country. Go to a Chinese pharmacy and have the staff get the ingredients from this prescription. Even if other people get this list, it'll still be hard to distinguish what it's for. Thank you. Lucy looked at Zhao. What else do you need? Zhao's eye twitched. The payment. Was this girl so full of herself that she forgot about his? Oh, I'm sorry. How much do I have to pay you? $1,000. That expensive? Yes. Chen Zhao didn't refute it. It was just that expensive. Lucy was a celebrity, so $1,000 wasn't much, but no matter where one went, that money for a doctor's visit was super expensive. Lucy had some money, but this was still a considerable expense for her. After handing $1,000 to Chen Zhao, she said, "Can it be cheaper next time?" "No, I'm sorry." Chen Zhao accepted the money with a smile. "I don't decide the price." Chen Zhao returned to Ethan's motel and tossed him $800. Ethan counted the cash happily. Chen Zhao glanced at him. "Why are you counting? You think I'll cheat you? You don't understand. I'm not trying to count the money. I'm enjoying the process." "Wait, I think you're missing $10. You must have counted incorrectly. Where's my dinner?" "Auntie Lee, is dinner ready? You want to get free food from me again? Don't change the topic. I'm missing $10. Count again." Another call came while Chen Zhao and Ethan were eating dinner. "Hi, I'm Ethan. Mr. Ethan, the suit you rented from us is 2 days overdue. When will you return it?" "Oh, there's a $100 fine too." "What?" Ethan yelled, "You want $100 just because it's 2 days overdue? Are you a dress shop? Are you sure you're not robbers? If you have any questions or suggestions, please call the complaint number." "What's the complaint number?" "I'm going to report you." "It's this number." "Oh, the customer service is me too." Ethan hung up in anger. "Chen, return my suit when you go home. It's not along the way. You can drive to the shop first. But that would be $30 more for Vincent. You get free food and drinks here every day. You've eaten at least $100 and you're still shameless enough to get hung up over $30. "Yes, I'm shameless." In the end, Chen Zhao still took the suit and went out of his way to the shop. When he got there, he brought the suit in. "Hey beauty, we meet again. You're the one returning it. Where's that perverted fatty? He doesn't want to hear you judging him like that, so he had me return it." Chen Zhao glanced in the store. "Where's Chris? Is she not working today?" "She quit." "She quit?" "Yeah, yesterday. I felt like she was strange. When she looked at me, she was like a poisonous snake. You might think I'm joking, but I really feel like Chris turned into something scary." Chen Zhao furrowed his brows. "If there's nothing else, I'll get going. Bye. Bye. Call me when you're free. I like boys like you." Chen Zhao walked out with a heavy heart. He still remembered how lost and panicked Chris had been. Did she run into trouble? Chapter 81, There is a Death Sentence in California. Chapter 81, There is a Death Sentence in California. After thinking over it, Chen Zhao still went to Chris's place. They were not friends on the spiritual level or the physical level, but it was the first time Chen Zhao had rejected a woman who had asked to sleep with him. Firstly, Chris had a boyfriend with whom she was already engaged. Chen Zhao did not want to destroy their relationship. Even if everything could be kept a secret, it would still make him feel uneasy. Moreover, Chris was somewhat emotionally unstable at that point. She did not necessarily want to sleep with Chen Zhao. After Chen Zhao had broken up with his ex, he had gone for online dating a few times. There was once he encountered precisely such an awkward situation. They were about to go to bed when she suddenly said, "I don't feel it anymore. Can I just use my hand?" Chen Zhao would have replied with a no if he was not afraid of being sued for rape. Nonetheless, if Chen Zhao had known earlier that Chris was going to break up with her boyfriend the second day, he would have agreed to Chris's request that night. Chen Zhao was not too picky about women. Perhaps it was only because he had a very low bottom line. Firstly, he wanted the woman to be clean and free of illnesses. Secondly, he would always wear condoms, which would benefit both parties. He did not agree that condoms would reduce the level of satisfaction. One could always use Durex extra thin. Chen Zhao also did not have any requirements for age. For example, he had accepted Zola, who was well over 40. Zola had maintained a good shape. Although she usually looked dignified and virtuous, she was much better than ordinary girls in bed. Moreover, she knew how to adore her bedmate and was willing to cooperate with any posture. Of course, the most important thing was that Chen Zhao did not dislike her. In the cab, Chen Zhao kept thinking about this and that. Since Chris had already broken up with her boyfriend, Chen Zhao might be able to have some exchange with her. Anyway, Chen Zhao had never planned to have a proper relationship or thought of marriage and having children. Chen Zhao walked to Chris's door and knocked. "Chris, are you there?" Only a long silence awaited Chen Zhao. He took 2 steps back and looked into the house through the windows. The lights were off. It was already past 7 p.m. Since the lights were off, Chen Zhao guessed that Chris was not at home. "Are you Chris's friend?" Chen Zhao turned his head around and saw a middle-aged man. "Are you Chris's relative?" "I'm her neighbor. I live in the next-door house," the middle-aged man said, pointing at the house beside. "Hi. I'm Chris's friend. Do you know where she is?" "I saw her come back past 5 p.m. and she didn't go out, so she should still be at home," the middle-aged man said. "She's home." "Yup, but I think she's in a bad mood." "Is it?" "Yes. She just went to her boyfriend's funeral." "Huh? I heard that she broke up with her boyfriend." "Is her boyfriend dead?" "That's right. He jumped off the roof of a tall building." "Is Chris going to do something stupid?" Chen Zhao said worriedly as he looked at the dark room. "Should we enter through the windows?" "I think that we should call the police," Chen Zhao replied. Suddenly, however, the middle-aged man took out a gun and pointed at Chen Zhao. It was already dark and there was no one around, so the middle-aged man was not worried that he would be noticed. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. You only came at the wrong time," the middle-aged man said. However, the next moment, Walter leaped towards the middle-aged man and bit his wrist. Bang! Luckily, Chen Zhao managed to dodge the bullet. It was really a close one. Unlike most movies, there would be more than just a bullet hole on him if he was hit at such a close range. In fact, being shot at such a close range would very likely damage his limbs and muscles severely. The middle-aged man was no match for Walter at all. His wrist was already covered in blood and his gun had dropped onto the ground. He could not even run away. After kicking the gun away, Chen Zhao subdued the middle-aged man with Walter. Then, he called the police, who only reached after 20 minutes. This time, they were not those whom Chen Zhao already knew. They should be from another branch in Los Angeles. There were a total of 4 police and they saw Chen Zhao press the middle-aged man onto the ground. Immediately, they pointed their guns at Chen Zhao. "Don't move." Chen Zhao said helplessly, "Buddy, I was the one who called the police." "What happened? Explain now." "I came here to find my friend whose boyfriend had just passed away, I think. I was worried that she's going to do something foolish, so I planned to call the police to check her house. Then, this man pointed his gun at me, after which he was bitten by my dog. So I managed to subdue him and call you. Walter, bring them the gun." Walter picked up the gun from the ground and dropped it near the police. A police walked up and handcuffed the middle-aged man. Then, they sent the man onto the police car. You need to come to the police station with us too. Buddy, can you go in and check on my friend? I'm worried that something has happened to her. Spike, there's signs of intrusion here. A police discovered that one of the windows was broken. It was just enough for a person outside to stick his hand in and open the door. Go in and check the house. The police bumped the door open directly and then turned on the lights. They checked every corner of the house, but there was nobody. Are you sure your friend's at home? I don't know. That man said that she came back and didn't leave. Unable to find Chris, Zhao could only follow the police back to the station. A police made a written report for Zhao, but he still could not leave. After another 2 hours of boring waiting, a police finally walked in. You can leave now. Buddy, can you tell me what had happened? He's a pervert. We saved a girl from his house and discovered the clothes of at least 10 girls. According to his statements, he originally intended to enter your friend's house at night, just like how he had managed to get his other prey. However, your arrival made him feel that he can accuse you. As long as you enter your friend's house, leave your fingerprints, and then he kills you, he could create false evidence to suggest that you fled to escape punishment. However, you chose to call the police, so he could only point his gun at you in an attempt to force you into the room. So you're saying he's killed over 10 girls? Yes, so you've done us a great favor. There's the death sentence in California, right? That's my thought as well. I promise you that pervert is dead for sure. The police patted Zhao's shoulder. Thank you for helping us to solve a major problem. By the way, do you have news about my friend? Not for now, but I will take note of it for you. Leave your number here. If we receive any news, we'll inform you. Of course, if you discover anything, you can tell us too. Sure. Chapter 82, I'm actually a spiritualist. Chapter 82, I'm actually a spiritualist. Zhao realized someone was following him as soon as he left the police station. It was a 20-something-year-old woman holding hands with a girl. Zhao thought they were just going the same way, but they followed him to an intersection. They would stop whenever Zhao stopped. They just followed him without hiding themselves at all. Unable to take it anymore, Zhao turned around and faced the mother and daughter. Do I know you? You can see us. What? Zhao was taken aback. What do you mean, see us? The next moment, it clicked in Zhao's mind. You guys are ghosts. We're under the oak tree beside St. Anthony Church. Zhao was still confused. He had met spirits before, but the ones that he'd seen were all wooden and dazed. This duo didn't look like those spirits at all. They were just like living people. Were they victims of that pervert? Did they want him to find their bodies and bury them? Zhao ran back to the police station. Excuse me. Mr. Chen, why are you back? Did you forget something? Can I see the profiles of the pervert's victims? Technically, we can't reveal them. We haven't found their identities either, because we haven't found most of the bodies. The officer paused. However, you're one of the involved parties, so I can show you. But can you tell me what you need it for? Is there a mother and daughter pair among the victims? The mother is around 30 years old, a brunette. The daughter is around 11 or 12. Just then, an exhausted-looking man walked out of the questioning room. Happening to hear Zhao's words, he immediately rushed over. Who are you? Why do you know Amanda and my daughter? The police officer looked at Zhao in confusion. He wouldn't believe it if someone suspected Zhao. After all, he'd already inspected Zhao. He'd just arrived in America, but he had a good record. He'd even saved 9 people from a fire recently, so the officer still believed in him. Mr. Chen, can you explain this? At that moment, the lights suddenly dimmed. Chen Zhao looked at the duo beside him. It was the daughter that had turned off the lights. Would you believe me if I say, I'm a spiritualist? Chen Zhao said awkwardly. The officer was awkward too. He didn't believe it, but he couldn't say that. I do. I believe you. Sir, please tell me. Are they beside you right now? Chen Zhao nodded with difficulty. Yes, they're here. Mr. Chen, Mr. Board has just received the news that his wife and daughter may possibly have been killed. Please don't upset him anymore. A cup of water on the table fell down without warning. The police and Board were both shocked. How could it just fall down for no reason? The water inside started moving orderly, writing out, "We are here. We are here." Board and the officer were shocked. The officer even fell to the ground. Actually, Chen Zhao really didn't want to act like a spiritualist, but there was a lot of religious freedom in America. There were a lot of religions that believed in ghosts and spirits too. Due to all the paranormal and supernatural movies, a lot of people believed in them too. Many so-called spiritualists appeared proudly on all sorts of platforms. Even the media would invite some well-known spiritualists for interviews. Of course, no one would send a spiritualist to an experiment lab for dissection. What happened? What's going on? When the officers outside heard the noise, they all ran in. Seeing their colleague sitting on the ground, they thought he'd been attacked. This was a police station, after all. Sometimes, criminals would attack the interrogator. A ghost. There's a ghost. David, are you too stressed out? No, I'm serious, David said nervously. That Mr. Chen's a spiritualist. Mr. Chen. Tell them, it's true. I'm just a part-time spiritualist. My main job is still a doctor. That's not important. Tell them that Mr. Board's wife is here. The police officers from outside all looked at Chen Zhao, who hesitated. They're here. The fallen cup suddenly floated up and approached Chen Zhao and the officers. In the end, it lost balance and fell to the ground, shattering. All the officers felt chills go up their spines. They were freaked out. Don't be scared. They're not evil spirits. They want me to help find them. The other stuff have nothing to do with me. Amanda, Aisha, I love you too. Mr. Chen, can they hear me? They couldn't. They could see Board but couldn't hear him. It seemed that they could only communicate with Board through Chen Zhao. The other officers looked at Chen Zhao as he repeated Board's words to the air. Your daughter asks if you can help her take care of Alan. Board's face was covered tears. Aisha, I will. I'll help you take care of Alan. I'll take it out for walks every day. Your wife says. She known about you and Joan, but she forgives you. Oh. Amanda, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay, let's hurry and go look for their bodies. By now, the officers no longer doubted Chen Zhao. They all looked at him with awe. The police would actually work with spiritualists sometimes. Of course, it was mostly useless. Chen Zhao told the address to police and Board and everyone went into action. 3 police cars drove to St. Anthony Church. Chen Zhao saw the oak tree from afar. Pointing at it, he said, "It's there. They may have been buried there." He glanced at the mother and daughter beside him, but they disappeared without him realizing. The officers walked to the oak tree with their tools. Walter circled the oak tree. He sniffed the ground and then started barking wildly. The officers and board all looked at Zhao, waiting for his instructions. Dig there. He pointed where Walter was standing. Chapter 83, Trials of Life and Death. Chapter 83, Trials of Life and Death. Together, the few police dug 1 meter into the ground. Just then, one of the shovels hit something with a bang. There's a box below. Lift it up. The police lifted the box out of the hole. Opening the box, they actually saw a mother and a daughter inside. They were both naked and had some wounds on their bodies. Zhao was also astonished. Wait. They're not dead. What? David, call the ambulance. Walter, get me my toolbox. Zhao removed his jacket and placed it on Amanda. Another police also did the same for Aisha. Both ladies were in deep coma. Moreover, they had been severely harmed before this. Nobody had any idea how long they had been buried. Although the box was quite big, it would probably only contain a few hours of air. It was hard to believe that they had pulled through. Zhao had to perform first aid on them immediately. There was no time to waste. All of you, stand back. They're in suspended animation now, which is extremely dangerous. Mr. Board, you too. The police and board could not help either, so they took a few steps back. As Zhao fed the pair some medicine made from perfect crystal powder, he lifted his head and asked, "When will the ambulance arrive?" The sky was already very dark at the moment. The police was lighting the place up with their flashlights, but their vision was still affected. About 15 minutes. As long as they were not dead yet, Zhao was confident that he could save them. However, he could only save their lives and could not do anything about their psychological trauma. Zhao was very familiar with one of the paramedics on the ambulance. It was 4. It's you. Mr. Chen, do you know each other? David asked curiously. Kind of. We're both doctors after all. Miss 4, why are you looking at me like this? Now's not the time to be distracted, the lives of these two ladies still depend on you. Since you're here, I believe that they'll be fine, 4 said. Thank you for the compliment. Buddy, if there's nothing else for me, I'll take my leave now. Mr. Chen, let me send you home, David invited. I live in Mountain Town, which is quite far away. Are you sure you want to send me back? There ain't any cabs around here. All right. Thanks. No, we should be the ones to thank you. You've saved a mother and a daughter, a family indeed. Sadly, I can't save more. Mr. Chen. Call me Chen. Chen, since the mother and the daughter aren't dead, why can you see their souls? I have no clue. I'm only an amateur spiritualist. You should ask a more professional spiritualist such a question. Zhao also wanted to know the answer. He decided to ask Blackie after getting home. Yet you're already the most professional spiritualist I've ever seen. An hour later, David stared at Zhao's house. Do you stay here? It looks gloomy. I've rented this apartment. It's haunted. Why are you staying here if it's haunted? Because it's cheap. Fine, but you shouldn't be bothered anyway. You're a spiritualist after all. Do you want to come in and take a seat? Forget it. I need to rush back to the station. Next time. Okay then. Right, don't forget to help me find my friend. Sure. If I receive any news, you'll be the first person to know it. Doctor, how's my wife and daughter? How are they now? Their vital signs are both very stable and they're not in danger. However, your daughter has suffered from cerebral hypoxia and she might. She might what? She might suffer brain injury. She might remain in coma for an extended period of time, and her intelligence might also be affected. No. No way. Doctor, Aisha is only 12. Please help her. These are only the worst possibilities. If she really remains in coma or suffers permanent brain damage due to this, there's almost no way the current medical technology can heal her. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Please save my daughter. I can't. But maybe that person can, For said, looking at board. That person. Who? Where's the person? The Asian who's been with you earlier. His name is Chen, no. Can he? Yes. Go and plead him. If he wants, perhaps he can heal your daughter. Can he really? You don't have any other choices now, do you? I'll go and find him. By the way, don't tell him that I've told you this. Why? There's some resentment between the two of us. If he finds out that I'm the one who told you this, he might reject you. Get it? Okay, I got it. Thank you, Doctor. At the moment, Zhao was in Blackie's castle. Whenever Blackie was home, he would be in the laboratory with Zhao. Blackie, I met the souls of a mother and a daughter today. They were not dead, but their souls appeared before me. Why did it happen? They're living souls. They appear after losing consciousness, but there are many reasons they can appear: strong personal will, or obsession with living, or fear of death, or unfulfilled wishes. Oh yeah, that girl's soul can perform some unbelievable actions. She can move physical objects. Oh. That's a soul with spiritual talents. Spiritual talents. Spiritualist. Yes. You're considered as a spiritualist too. Me? Kind of. What do you mean by kind of? Spiritualists can only communicate with souls. They can't speak with demons. In fact, they can't even see me, but you can order demons at your will. Seems like I'm stronger. A spiritualist will only awaken after experiencing trials of life and death. That girl has already started to awaken and pass death trial, but she still has to face life trial now. What do you mean? Her death trial is the injury that she suffered earlier. However, because of your intervention, she's passed her death trial, and what follows is life trial. If she can't pass her life trial, she'll remain in coma forever. What will she face? Now she's like a dazzling gem. There'll be many, many evil spirits that can detect her presence. Perhaps all the evil spirits in the entire city will feel her, find her, and then feed on her. Doesn't that mean her situation now is very dangerous? Yes, extremely dangerous indeed, and not just her. The people around her will also be in danger. Can you help me to protect her? Blackie smiled. Although he did not have a face, Zhao could still somehow feel his smile. Just tell me what's the price you want. For every evil spirit I settle, I want 1 year worth of demonic crystals. Deal. Chapter 84, The Man Who Held a Gun to Zhao's Head. Chapter 84, The Man Who Held a Gun to Zhao's Head. Hi, David. A woman walked into the office. David was reading the case and looked up at the incomer. You're Miss Sienna. David stood up immediately. Hello. How can I help you today? Your team leader called me here. He went out and won't be back until noon. I'll call him now. Sienna was the consultant for the LA West City branch. She was also a true spiritualist. David hadn't worked with Sienna before, but he'd heard his team leader mention her before. Apparently, Sienna could communicate with the dead. This reminded David of Zhao. He wondered if Sienna or Chen was more powerful. Miss Sienna, you're a spiritualist, right? Sienna chuckled without answering David's question. This wasn't a secret in the station anymore, but she'd never communicated with the dead before any officer. The reason was that not everyone was willing to believe that there were spirits in this world. Plus, she couldn't make the spirits appear before everyone. Even people from the stations that she worked with said behind her back that she was just pretending. Miss Sienna, are spirits like us living folks? She looked at David. Do you believe there are spirits on this world? Yes, and I believe that you spiritualists can see them and talk to them. Another spiritualist came to our station yesterday. He says he's just a part-time spiritualist, but he can talk to them. Ha! You believe him just because he says he's one? Sienna scoffed. She'd met a lot of people in her field, but most were fakes. These people acted mysteriously all day and even talked professionally on TV shows, but to Sienna, they were all fakes. Of course, Sienna couldn't prove that they were liars. It was just like how she couldn't prove that she wasn't a liar. It's true. My colleagues and I saw a cup fly before us. He even helped us save a mother and daughter. Oh. The souls that he saw were the mother and daughter pair. Sienna asked immediately, surprised. Yes. Their spirits went to find him and asked him to save them. Now, the mom is awake, but she doesn't seem to remember her soul coming out. Her daughter is still in a coma though. The doctor said that she has brain hypoxia and might be in a coma forever. Sienna furrowed her brows. Which hospital is the girl in now? Why? What's wrong? Tell me what hospital she's in now, Sienna pressed on. David told her the hospital. I'm going. Tell your team leader that I have an emergency. Sienna left without even looking back. David ran after her. Miss Sienna, can you tell me what's wrong? That girl is in danger. What? Is someone trying to hurt her? David was frightened. There weren't any police protecting her there. Not a person, Sienna said. It's useless talking to you. The police can't help. Miss Sienna, we saved that girl. It's our duty to protect her. Please tell me who's trying to hurt her. It's no use. Sienna walked out of the station, but David was still behind her. Miss Sienna, we can definitely protect her. Please tell me what we should do. You can't do anything. You'll just add to the mess. We can request for stronger reinforcement. LA has an anti-terrorist department. This isn't what humans can defeat. Evil spirits are threatening that girl's life, you understand. To those evil spirits, she's like a delicious piece of cake. Whatever. You won't believe me. David stood frozen in his spot. Evil spirits. Sienna was already gone, but David was still dazed. Suddenly, he thought of something, Zhao. Perhaps he could help, perhaps he could protect that girl. No, he definitely could. David immediately looked for Zhao's number. Hello, Zhao speaking. Mr. Chen, it's Marguerite. You should remember me, right? I need your help. Marguerite. I remember. The first time I got a gun pointed at my head was because of you, right? Zhao immediately lost his temper, seriously. He'd almost pissed his pants that time. They were talking through the phone now, so Zhao vented out all his anger. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry about that time. I'm seriously sorry. I need your help right now. Help. Sorry, I won't help you. $10,000. Marguerite gritted out. I promise I won't disturb you again. I swear on my dignity. $10,000 wasn't a small number. Zhao calmed down. Tell me first if you or someone you know is in trouble. Me, my boss, and 2 partners. We're getting chased and we're all hurt. One of us is badly hurt. I can't think of anyone else who can help us. Will you ensure my safety if I go over there? I need to at least be sure that you won't kill me afterward. Yes, I swear. I swear on my life. Fine. Tell me where I need to go. Zhao opened his curtains and looked outside. Indeed, there was a car parked on the road. He walked out with Beelzebub and his toolkit. After getting into the car, he saw that Marguerite's abdomen was dyed red and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Mr. Chen, I promise you'll be safe, but before this, can you turn off your phone? I trust you, but I hope no one will find us through you. Fine, but you need treatment. Let's leave this place first. Marguerite drove the car away. Let me check your injury first. Zhao opened Marguerite's shirt. Okay, the bullet didn't stay in your body. It went through your right abdomen and you have pretty heavy blood loss. Drink this and I'll stitch you up. Zhao handed a thin demonic crystal potion to Marguerite. Bear the pain and don't drive us into a ditch. Marguerite drove while enduring the immense pain. Chen, if this happens again, can you please bring some anesthetics? Not everyone can take this pain. Nope. I don't have a license. I can't get anesthetics. I have connections, Marguerite said. Tell me what happened. Why are you getting chased? Are you sure you want to know? Whatever. Pretend I didn't ask. It's not much. After all, we're not a secret in either the legal or illegal world. Our team has a police mole and he betrayed us. The FBI ruined our business and our enemies started chasing us. You can't even protect yourself and you can still get me controlled drugs. 2 different things. You really have connections to get me some medicine. To be honest, Zhao did need it. The problem with being an illegal doctor was that medicine was hard to get. He couldn't get things like analgesics and anesthetics without a legit prescription at all. He really needed these things right now, which was why he asked Marguerite. Of course, but it's different from the market price. The cheapest one will be twice the price of a legit pharmacy. Some others are crazily expensive. You need to mentally prepare yourself. Of course. I understand. Chapter 85, Baldness Requires Timely Treatment. Chapter 85, Baldness Requires Timely Treatment. Zhao looked at the forest by the roadside. Turning his head, he glanced at Marguerite. Are you planning to bring me to the wilds, kill me, and then dispose of my body? Do Chinese people all like to imagine things? It's just that American films often contain such scenes. So you can only see them in films. Marguerite rolled his eyes. The pair passed many winding roads. It was already somewhat dark at the moment. Suddenly, the car came to a stop. We've reached? Zhao asked. No. We have to walk from here. Don't tell me your place is in the woods. Yup. We can only hide in here now. Are you sure you have enough cash to pay me later? People like us always have a few strongholds ready in advance. These strongholds have enough resources and cash to be used precisely in such situations. They walked for over 10 minutes. The forest was rather hot and stuffy, so Zhao was already panting. Do you want me to carry your toolbox for you? Nope. The one inside doesn't like other people to go near him. The one inside. Zhao opened the toolbox and Raymond climbed out. Hiss. Seeing the huge, colorful snake, Marguerite took a few steps back in fright. However, he was only momentarily shocked. Morgary also glanced at Beelzebub, Walter, and Carrie, who were beside Zhao. Do you always bring your pets when you come out to work? Morgary looked at the playing pets. Clearly, he did not know that an evil existence was floating above his head. I'm used to it. If I leave them home, I'll have to contact a repair company the next day. I used to have a dog too. What happened then? My enemy hung it on my door. I thought it'll be a touching story. That day, I found the enemy and hung him on his mother's door. Zhao decided to change the topic. Morgary, it's not a good sign for you to be bald at this age. Do you plan to have long-term treatment? I can let you have thick hair again. I shaved it myself, bastard. Is it? Actually, you don't have to be embarrassed. Baldness is a common illness and might be inherited or due to a skin condition, but I think you should have a checkup early. After all, baldness is sometimes an early sign of erectile dysfunction. I don't need it. My sexual function is great. You don't have to worry about it. Really? I don't want to talk about this. Morgary was somewhat confused. After walking for over half an hour in the woods, he had almost forgotten about the wound on his abdomen. Just now, Zhao had done nothing apart from giving him an unknown black solution and stitching his wound. Why would his injury be stabilized so quickly? Given that Morgary had been frequently injured, he could roughly tell how severe his wound was. In the past, he had had injuries which were slightly less severe than this time. Even with anesthetic and professional bandaging, treatment, and transfusion, he was not able to move freely for a few days. However, Zhao had only treated him briefly and he was already no longer in pain. This caused Zhao's importance in Morgary's eyes to rise. Sometimes, a good doctor was equivalent to an extra life for people like Morgary. It's right in front. We're almost there. Soon, a small, lit house appeared before them from the trees. The house looks quite old. It used to be the property of a hunter. It's been here for around 70 or 80 years. Are you sure nobody will find this place? Whatever. As long as our enemies can't find this place. Knock, knock. Morgary knocked on the door with a special rhythm. Clearly, it was a secret code they had agreed on earlier. A gap was slowly opened through the door. The person inside looked outside before opening the door fully. Zhao saw a dispirited man with messy hair who was about 30 years old. His face was bruised and bloodstained could be seen around the left opening of his pants. Is he the doctor? Yes. Zhao entered the room. There were two more people inside, one of whom he already knew. It was Morgary's boss. He was lying on the ground with a sheet on. It seemed like he was asleep, but he was still holding a gun in his hand. Zhao thought that Morgary's boss might just shoot him while dreaming. The last person was sitting at the table and eating some food, but he also looked listless. Who first? Zhao asked. Suddenly, the dispirited man who had opened the door shouted in fear, "Oh! There's a snake! A snake!" The person who had been eating drew his gun in shock. The gang leader who was asleep also jumped up, took his gun, and pointed it at Zhao. It's the second time. Zhao stared at the leader in anger. Chen, it's you. The leader put his gun back. Morgary flung his hand at the dispirited man's face. Sanders, stop shocking us. Don't you think we've enough to worry about already? Morgary watched as Zhao allowed his colorful pet snake to crawl all over the house. Concerned, he asked, Chen, are you sure your pet wouldn't go missing if it keeps crawling around like this? Even if all of you go missing, he wouldn't. The dispirited man seemed to be very scared of snakes. As Raymond made a circle around the house, he moved around too, not daring to go near Raymond. However, the more he was afraid, the more Raymond wanted to go close to him. Sadly, his leg was still injured, so he could only limp around. Enough, Raymond, stop scaring him. Everyone realized that the snake was actually obedient. He stopped harassing the dispirited man and crawled near the fireplace, after which he coiled up. It was almost December and the temperature around Los Angeles had already started to fall. At night, the temperature could even fall below 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Zhao looked at the leader. You want to go first? No, my injuries aren't severe. Nesta, you first. The man who had been eating by the table walked to Zhao. He looked somewhat cold and he had been silent all the time. Zhao looked at Nesta. Where's your injuries? Nesta removed his clothes at once and then lied down on the floor. Zhao saw a bloody long wound on his back, as well as 2 holes. It seemed like he had been attacked by someone from the back. His injuries were severe but not hard to deal with. None of the wounds damaged the spine or any important part. While the wounds were terrifying, they were not deadly. At least, he would probably not die as long as he was treated before any infections. Zhao quickly applied some medicine on his wounds. It was actually not a medicine in the human world, but rather an herb in hell. While the medicine was made from plants in hell, it was not harmful to humans. After applying the medicine, Zhao started suturing the long wound and bandaging the injuries. He made 35 stitches, during which Nesta made no sound at all. Later your wounds will feel very itchy, but you mustn't scratch with your hands. Marguerite, keep an eye on him, Zhao said. Don't worry. Nesta's a tough guy, Marguerite said, unconcerned. I hope so. Chapter 86, A Bit Powerless Recently. Chapter 86, A Bit Powerless Recently. While Zhao was treating the boss, Nesta finally had some reactions. He could take it in the beginning and just ground his teeth in pain. Gradually, it became too much. He tried reaching behind to scratch his back. Marguerite grabbed Nesta's back. Nesta, you're a man. You can't give in. Nesta bore it for a moment longer, but his expression became spectacular. It really itches, right? Very, very itchy. Did you put like 100 bugs on my back? The prescription that Zhao used was made according to the notes in the demonic medical book. The previous Grim Reaper had experimented on human bodies. Don't worry. It'll only last around 20 minutes. You've already survived more than 10 minutes. It's almost over. You can do it. The boss looked at Nesta. Is it really that itchy? You never made a sound when you're hurt before. You want to get some too. It's really effective. Will it help me heal faster? Yes. Then give me some. Zhao applied some of the medicine on the boss. The next moment, he felt itchiness and was going to scratch it, but Zhao slapped his hand away. You just told someone to stop, but you can't take it now. After Zhao finished patching up the boss, he turned toward the dispirited guy. Your turn. Take off your pants. The man's left thigh was hurt, so he had to take off his pants. Zhao covered his nose. How many days have you gone without changing your underwear? We've been on the run for 2 days, Marguerite said. Look at us. Do you think we can shower? It's like you have a rotting muffin hidden in your pants. Zhao had to put on a mask. The smell was honestly disgusting. The dispirited man's injuries were the lightest but the most troublesome. He'd been hurt for the longest time and the bullet had been stuck in his thigh the entire time. Thankfully, it was a smaller bullet and the shooter had been far away. Otherwise, he could say goodbye to his thigh. The wound was infected. Chen Zhao opened the wound up a bit and sliced off the infected parts. At the same time, he dug out the bullet with surgical forceps. Blood spurted out as soon as the bullet was out. Press down there. Chen Zhao had the man hold down a meridian in his thigh. When he did so, the bleeding stopped immediately. If you dragged this out one more day, your leg would be gone. The man's lips turned purple and his forehead was covered in sweat. All right. Chen Zhao wiped his sweat. Don't put the wound in water for 2 days. After 2 days, you can change the gauze, take a shower, and then change the gauze. Oh, it's best if you disinfect the wound with rubbing alcohol before wrapping it again. What about us? Marguerite asked. You 3 don't have troublesome injuries and had the medicine applied too. It'll scab over quickly. It's best if you shower and keep clean. Where's the bathroom? I need to wash my hands. In the back. Chen Zhao came out after washing his hands, but Nesta pointed a gun to his head. Nesta, put down the gun, Marguerite said. You can trust Chen. You better prepare more cash next time, or else I'm definitely not coming. Marguerite took out a stack of cash and gave it to Chen Zhao. I'll see you out. After leaving the forest, Marguerite followed behind Chen Zhao awkwardly. He'd promised he wouldn't hold a gun to Chen Zhao's head, but then someone else did it. Chen, I'm really sorry. I swear it won't happen next time. Whatever. I won't ask about your stuff. Can I turn on my phone now? Yes. Marguerite nodded. Chen Zhao turned on his phone and saw a bunch of missed calls. One of them was Vincent. The others were all from David. Hello, David. What's wrong? Chen, why did you turn off your phone? I called you so many times, but they wouldn't go through. I even went to your house, but you weren't there. There might be a problem with the girl you saved yesterday. What's wrong with her? Chen Zhao slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered that Blackie had said yesterday that the girl named Aisha seemed to have another life trial. Was her life trial coming so quickly? A spiritualist came here today. A spiritualist? Is it a scammer? No. After she heard about the girl, she said the girl's in big trouble, like something's gonna attack her. I thought of you. Can you protect her? A spiritualist? Blackie had said that those who'd gone through the trials of life and death would become spiritualists. This meant that the person David spoke of had gone through it and knew what would happen to the girl. Chen, are you listening? David asked anxiously. Please say something. Oh, I'm here. Which hospital is the girl in? Chantilly Hospital. Can you transfer her out? Transfer out? Why? It may affect people around her. It's that serious. Yes, it's very serious. But I don't have the authority and the girl isn't a criminal. We need her dad's permission. Whatever, let's go to Chantilly first, Chen Zhao said helplessly. We'll see later. After hanging up, Chen Zhao turned and said, to Chantilly Hospital. Is there trouble? Do you need help? It's fine. The guy who just called me is the police. I don't think you want to appear before him. Okay. You work with the police too? Not really. What, are you going to kill me? I'm not that unreasonable. Plus, we worked with the police before too. Of course, it's nothing legal. Good, but it's best if you guys move out later. Otherwise, you'll definitely suspect me if your place gets exposed. As if we need to be told. After reaching Chantilly Hospital, Chen Zhao got off. Marguerite suddenly poked his head out. Chen, how long will it take to cure balding? Didn't you say you don't need it? I have balding friends. It's not me. Oh. Then have your friend come see me. I need to diagnose him face to face. Fine. It's me. Do you have trouble getting hard? No, my sex is great. Oh, then you don't need to be treated. Goodbye. Fine, don't leave. I'm just feeling a little powerless these days. I can only get hard with medication. Come find me after you get through your recent trouble. With that, Zhao picked up his toolkit and walked away with his pets. Chapter 87, An Unexpected Setting. Chapter 87, An Unexpected Setting. David, I'm here. Zhao already saw David, who was sitting in the lobby of the hospital. David immediately walked to him. Chen, you're finally here. Can you describe to me the situation in detail? David told Zhao the entire story. That's about all. Since that female spiritualist knows about it, she should have a solution. Moreover, I'm only an amateur and can't be compared to a professional one. Is it? David was somewhat hesitant. After all, he had seen Zhao display his skill of communicating with souls for himself. On the other hand, although the professional spiritualist Ms. Sienna had worked with the police a few times, nobody had seen her actually do anything. Therefore, David was unsure if Sienna was really that powerful. I'll stay in the hospital tonight, Zhao said. Since Zhao had already started helping, he might as well do it until the end. He was not paid for this, but he could not sleep at home unworried, knowing that a girl's life was at stake. I haven't told the girl's father about it. Do you think we should inform him? How do we inform him? Tell him that his daughter is about to be attacked by evil spirits. So do we not do anything? That female spiritualist is already there, no? Clearly, she can't just go near the girl without talking to her father. Then what do we do now? Sit here and rest. Here. Not the ward. No. I'll know if evil spirits are here. However, David could not sit still. He kept anxiously walking in circles before Zhao. David, don't you have something to do in the station? If you have anything, you can leave first. You can't help here anyway. It's okay. Actually, I'm on leave. Alright, but can you sit down? You're disturbing me. Chen, aren't you nervous? Oh right, you must have experienced such situations many times. Are evil spirits very scary? Actually, it's my first time too. As for evil spirits, Zhao had seen many of them in Blackie's place. Having seen so many evil spirits, Zhao was already used to it. Just then, Zhao's old acquaintance, came. Mr. Chen, we meet again. Strolled towards the pair. Her white coat could not cover her unique temperament and proud look at all. Zhao noticed that she had always been looking at him as if she was superior. Hence, Zhao had always disliked Dr. How may I help you? You know that pets are not allowed into the hospital. Oh. Are you chasing me out? No. As long as you wish, Chantilly Hospital always welcomes you. I'm honored by your words. Mr. Chen, why are you here? Is there a patient who requires your treatment? Although had only encountered Zhao a few times, she could still roughly tell that Zhao was unwilling to expose his medical skills. Thus, she felt that she should get close to him step by step instead of proposing an unreasonable request hastily. She should at least become Zhao's friend first and not let him dislike her. I have somnambulism and accidentally sleepwalked to the hospital, Zhao said. For's smile was somewhat cold. Mr. Chen, don't you think your joke is a little too cold? Is it? Ha. Subconsciously, Chen Zhao disliked for and was unwilling to interact with her. Is he your friend? I remember he's a police. For glanced at David. David was energized at once. Hi, I'm David. For was very beautiful, and beautiful women could always attract the eyes and admiration of men. David was a straight man, so he obviously liked beautiful women. For had everything a man would hope for: beauty, intelligence, sexiness, and independence. Hi, it's the second time we've met. For had a faint smile on her face, but she still looked distant. Can I have your number? We can meet when you're free. Sorry, I still have work to do. Bye. For left the pair. Chen Zhao patted David's shoulder. Great. It's a really effective method to chase her away. Ha. It was already past 1 in the morning. Suddenly, Chen Zhao stood up. David could feel his heart skip a beat. Are they here? No. That's all for tonight. Why? She'll be safe after 1. Just then, a woman walked out from the elevator in the lobby. Ha! David, why are you here? Miss Sienna, this is the spiritualist I've told you about. Him. Chen Zhao saw the same arrogant look For had in Sienna's eyes. Eastern, are you the amateur spiritualist? Yes. Leave this place. It's not something you can help with, Sienna said. Okay. Bye. Chen Zhao walked a few steps away before turning around again. Oh yeah. Take this. David looked at the keys in his hand in puzzlement. What's this? It's for the basement in my house. If you need help, I'm not around, and you can't contact me, you can hide in my basement. Ha! Basement? I should leave now. This time, Chen Zhao really left. Miss Sienna, how could you treat Chen like this? He's here to help. Help? Sienna sneered. He has no idea what he's about to face. I believe in him. Your trust is useless. That Eastern can't help us. How can you be so certain? He's a man. So what? In the Middle Ages, churches used to hunt down witches, who were actually women like me. We can communicate with souls and we're viewed as evil beings. A minority of men can also communicate with souls, and they're called wizards, but they're not nearly as powerful as witches. In thousands of years of development, 4 classes formed among the witches: toxicology, death-speaking, spiritology, and divination. Also, wizards are servants of witches. Do you get it now? Wizards and witches are different in both their positions and abilities. Wait. Is it really good to have such a setting all of a sudden? Don't confuse movies with reality. It's not a magical world. We only have a bit more abilities than normal people. It's not as complicated as you think. Then is there an evil organization, or a madman wanting to destroy the world? Sienna rolled her eyes. In fact, witches like me don't only cooperate with the police, but also with the government sometimes. Of course, there isn't any evil organization, let alone a madman who wants to destroy the world. We also can't destroy the world. Then what class of witch are you? I'm both a death speaker and a spiritualist. Double class. It's like taking a subject in college. As long as you have time, you can learn other disciplines. Can you protect that girl by yourself? I don't know. The girl has already awakened. Furthermore, I've never seen anyone as talented as her. I'm afraid that she'll attract countless evil spirits. I'm also unsure how bad the situation will be then. In this case, isn't it better to have one more helper? You mean one more burden? I suggest you don't get yourself involved too. Both you and he are of little help to me. Chapter 88, The Two Types of People Zhao Hates. Chapter 88, The Two Types of People Zhao Hates. Blackie, why does that woman make me feel like she's cooler than me? From the way you understand the word, she is indeed cooler than you, Blackie said matter-of-factly. Is she powerful? She should be a death speaker witch. I know what a witch is, but what's a death speaker? Just like careers for people, you can say a death speaker is a type of career too. What do they do? It sounds really high-end. They're a type of witch that enslaves evil spirits to help them do some things when needed. For example, regular evil spirits just scare people, but stronger ones can take over a human or even help her fight directly. I feel like I'm involved in a magical world now. This is different from my worldviews. Are there many people like her in the world? Witch magic is the magic that demons don't want, Beelzebub said with disdain. More than 1,000 years ago, demons left behind some magic when they were summoned to the human world. Most aren't suitable for human use though, so the humans changed it up themselves and evolved into what it is today. Are there any I can learn? Zhao wanted to learn magic too. I don't know many spells and most are subordinate spells. You can't learn it. Why not? You aren't my king's low-level demon. How can you learn glutton spells? What about you? Any spells? Human, don't ask me. I don't know any spells other than subordinate spells. Blackie, what about you? I don't know any, Blackie answered. But if you want to learn, you can look for demons without subordinate. Are there any spells that can destroy the world instantly? Yes. Really? In comics. Beelzebub looked at him scornfully. But if you really want to learn magic, you can look for Raz. Maybe he has magic books. Him. But his stuff is all so expensive. Zhao got back home but saw that the light was on. He froze. Was there someone there? Zhao had only given his keys to Zhao. As soon as he entered, he saw someone lying on the sofa. A pair of long legs was propped on the living room table. Those legs weren't Zhao's. She was more muscular and didn't have such slender legs. The skin color wasn't right either. Zhao walked into the living room and saw Feilai sleeping on the sofa. She was still holding the remote control. She'd probably fallen asleep while watching TV. Knock, knock. Zhao enjoyed those long sexy legs and gradually looked up. As expected from the coastal lifeguard, her figure went without saying. When he knocked on the doorframe, Feilai's eyes flew open and she jumped up. Did I go into the wrong home? Hi. You're back. Feilai rubbed her eyes. Walter, come to me. I miss you so much. Can you tell me why you have my keys and why you're here? From now on, this is my home too. I never allowed you to live here, Zhao said coldly. Actually, you did. Feilai took out a contract and placed it on the table. Zhao grabbed it. Seeing the rent contract, his expression darkened immediately. The agent had called in the morning and told him they'd found a roommate for him. It was her. Don't you know that rooming with an unfamiliar man is really dangerous? I'm not scared. Walter will protect me. Feilai acted as if she didn't understand, but Zhao doubted she was just a dumb blonde. Plus, she wasn't even blonde. Why aren't you going to your room? Didn't clean up yet. Oh right, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? And why did you bring Walter with you? I think that's my freedom. You don't need to worry where I'm going or if I bring Walter. Walter isn't only your dog. Did you hear about this home's history from the agent? Yes. It's bad luck, right? But you're not scared, so why should I be scared? Fine, whatever. Chen Zhao shook his head. Since we're living together, you better be prepared. I have some habits, for example. Habits? Running around nude at home. Ha. If you dare do that, I'll call the cops. It says clearly in the contract that if one party has indecent behavior in shared space, the other party has the right to call the cops. If you can't tolerate it, I'll have to move. Sneering, Chen Zhao continued, I promise you'll never be able to find me or see Walter. Fine. As long as you don't harass me, I won't care. I'm a lifeguard. I've seen everything before. Also, you can't go into the basement. What's in the basement? Did you hide any unseeable things? To be honest, the basement was just a basement. The entrance to Blackie's space crevice was there, but without Blackie's permission, no one could enter the crevice. Some of my medical equipment and medicine. I don't wish for anyone to touch my things. Okay, I won't go. I don't like being in those dark and damp places anyway. Okay. I'm going to rest now. Chen Zhao walked into the bathroom. He stripped until only his underwear was left and then ran around the house. Feilai pretended she didn't see the half-nude Chen Zhao, just as they'd agreed on. Is there food? I'm hungry. In the fridge. Go look yourself. Shirtless, Chen Zhao brushed his teeth while watching TV in the living room. The pizza's nice. You make it? No, the neighbors gave it to me. Leave some for me. I haven't eaten yet. Is it okay for you to eat so much at night? Lifeguards have high expenditures every day. I need to eat at least 2,000 calories per day. If I'm not full, I'll be the one to run into trouble. Feilai was entirely unladylike when she ate. She stuffed the pizza in her mouth like a chipmunk. Do you work so late every day? Depends, Chen Zhao said. I have to go out if I get a client's call at night. Feilai saw Raymond slither to Walter. The snake and dog cuddled up together. Are you sure that snake won't bite Walter? It's smarter than you. Chen Zhao showered in the bathroom. When he came out, he saw that Feilai had taken the beer out of Chen Zhao's fridge. There's more than 2,000 calories on the table. It's okay. I have a fast metabolism, so I never get fat. There were two types of people that Chen Zhao hated the most, skinny people and skinny people that proclaimed they never got fat no matter what they ate. Chapter 89, Filming Team. Chapter 89, Filming Team. Chen Zhao slept until noon. When he woke up, Feilai had long left. Chen Zhao tidied himself up, after which he called Vincent. Chen, where are you going today? New Cage Avenue. I don't know the exact location, Chen Zhao said. That's on the other side of Los Angeles. I'll give you a discount, $300. Are you not using the meter? If I use the meter, it'll be at least $500. Fine. $300 it is. Are you in a hurry? If not, I'll drive slower. As long as I reach in an hour. We can't reach in an hour, but I'll try. Chen Zhao was heading for New Cage Avenue, where Steven's movie team was filming. Steven had built an outdoor studio there. Chen Zhao and Steven had agreed to meet at the studio that day. New Cage Avenue was also in the suburbs. It ran along the coastline and the scenery was excellent. The left side of the avenue was occupied by a mountain with lush greenery, while one could have a nice view of the sea and feel the salty sea breeze on the other side. When Chen Zhao called Steven to ask for his exact location, Chen Zhao could not understand it despite being told a few times. In the end, he could only pass his phone to Vincent and let him communicate with Steven. Outside the studio, Vincent's car was stopped by a guard. Sorry. A team is filming ahead. You can't enter. Zhao made a call. Soon, a short man with curly hair walked out hurriedly. Get out of the way. This is Mr. Steven's guest. The curly-haired man waved his hand to instruct the guard. You must be Mr. Chen. Is your car going in as well? Yes. He still has to drive me back later. There might not be a place to park your car inside. Can you park it here? The guard will watch over it. All right. Vincent, follow me in. Vincent was also very interested in the studio. He was born and grew up in Los Angeles. While it was claimed that every Angelino knew how to act, he had never really learned anything about filming or been to a studio. How should I address you? I'm the assistant director. You can call me Holier. Zhao already saw Steven. He was sitting in front of the small screen behind the camera, looking at the video being captured. Zhao also knew the actress before the lens, Yafin. She was playing opposite a male actor. Yafin saw Zhao with the corner of her eyes. Immediately, Steven noticed that Yafin was distracted. Cut, again. Yafin, where were you looking at? Sorry, Yafin apologized right away, but she still glanced at Zhao who was behind Steven. Steven also noticed Yafin's look and turned his head. Ha! Chen, you're here. Holier, help me to film scene 146. Steven immediately stood up and commanded Holier to take over his task. Yafin, come here. Yafin walked to Zhao and openly hugged him to welcome his arrival. Vincent swallowed his saliva. He recalled picking Zhao up from Yafin's house the last time. She's so beautiful. Vincent could not help but envy Zhao. Yafin, finish your sections first. I have something to discuss with Chen. Then, Steven looked at Vincent. Oh, he's my friend, Vincent. He drove me here. Vincent, do you want to try being an actor? Can I? I have a small role with a few lines. If you're interested, you can try. Holier, arrange it and give him the script. I need to talk to Chen. Yes, Mr. Steven. As the assistant director, his main job was to replace the director for less important scenes, accumulate work experience, and better his filming skills. Steven brought Zhao into his motorhome. After boarding the vehicle, Zhao realized that it was actually a small apartment. He estimated that such a vehicle would cost $2 million, which was more expensive than the house he was currently living in. Chen, do we start the treatment now? Yes. Remove your shirt and lie on the sofa. Will it hurt? No, you wouldn't even feel any discomfort. We can chat during the treatment. Chen, do you want to be my health consultant? I'll give you $8,000 a month. You do a checkup on me every once in a while. Sure. Zhao accepted the deal at once, because the pay was very high. Health consultant is different from personal doctor. A health consultant is not in charge of treatment, but only provides physical examination and advice. At the same time, he would need to answer any medical queries the client has. In addition, a health consultant can have more than just one client as long as he has the time. He can have 10, or even 100 clients. Of course, normally a health consultant can only have at most 10 clients. After all, physical examination and talking with the client take up at least half a day. If Zhao were to become the health consultant of 10 clients, he would need to spend 5 to 10 days every month on these clients. If he had more clients, he would not even be able to continue with his original job. $8,000 a month was already extremely high. An ordinary doctor might not even be able to get $1,000 from a client, not to mention the tax he had to pay. Of course, being a health consultant was different from treating Steven or Rasfa. While Chen Zhao would get tens of thousands per session, such income was very unstable. He might earn a lot for a while and not get much for the next few months. He would stop getting paid after the treatments were over, unless he could get a patient that required long-term treatment. Also, not every patient was as rich as Steven or Rasfa. On the other hand, health consultant was a stable source of income. As long as his client did not die or fire him, Chen Zhao would keep getting paid. Done. Turn over and remove your pants. Underwear too. Chen Zhao started to insert needles into the front of Steven's body. Ha! I think there's some stones in your urethra. As Chen Zhao inserted the needles, he immediately felt some foreign matter. Air. Sometimes when I go to the restroom, I indeed can't pee. I need to wait for a long time and it's painful, but not severe at all. Do I need surgery? No, it's just a small problem. These small stones can be removed easily. I'll break them apart. Drink more water tonight and you can pass them out yourself. Thank you. Done. Take this. What? Steven watched as Chen Zhao passed him an erotic magazine. Try to see if you can get hard. Chapter 90, Fight Between Women. Chapter 90, Fight Between Women. Steven walked out of the van with a ruddy face, but his lower body felt uncomfortable from being pent up. Chen, is there any way to make my dick go back? Nope. This will last for the entire day. You'll have a boner the entire day and you can't touch women during these 24 hours either. Alright. Can I use my hand? No. If you endure these 24 hours, you'll become very powerful. You'll be healthy as long as you don't sleep with 10 girls in a day. Satisfying 1 or 2 women is no problem. Of course, if you want your body to keep up, you should eat more protein and carbs and do 30 minutes of aerobic exercise every day. This will help you become strong enough. Hearing that he had to survive 24 hours, Steven felt helpless. Should I call Yoffen over? Oh, I can lend you my van. Won't it affect your filming schedule? No, it's okay, Steven said, chuckling. My work and private life are always separated. The two walked together the film site. Collier was in the middle of directing seriously. Vincent walked over, excitement written all over his face. Vincent, did you finish your part? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Steven. I'm really happy to have this chance. Ha, you should thank Chen. I gave you this chance because you're his friend. But honestly, have you considered becoming an actor? To be honest, your looks are suitable for comedies. Of course, I'm not trying to offend you. I just think you do have talent in this area. Can I really? Later, I'll have my assistant give you a card. If you're interested, you can try some small roles and see if you're willing. Vincent wasn't ugly, but he had a comedic look. The ugly characters in movies were just actors with unique looks. These roles didn't require the actors to be ugly. There were barely any ugly people in Hollywood. Most of the actors that weren't hot were just that, not hot. They definitely weren't ugly. These roles made the audience know what kind of character they were immediately. In most commercial films, there would be this type of character for comedic break, even in depressing movies. This kind of actor had a big chance of making it big instantly with a role. There were cons too though. Their face would be stereotyped and set. They would only get this type of role in the future. Steven gave Vincent this chance because of Chen Zhao but also because Vincent did have talent in this aspect. Steven didn't mind giving this young black man a chance. He'd given many young people chances in the past. Not everyone had succeeded, but he was sure that Vincent would succeed. Talent, opportunities, and one's own personality determined whether one could succeed in Hollywood or not. Vincent had talent and Steven gave him an opportunity. No one was sure what the end would be like. Steven didn't have to pay anything anyway. He didn't even need to report to anyone. Of course, Vincent had to sign with a management company before this, even if he was a part-time actor. Yafin walked over now. Smiling, Steven said, "Yafin, did you finish filming?" "Yes, sir. I have to help here, so accompany Chen around." Then he added knowingly, "Vincent, you can stay and watch how the others act." Vincent was talkative, but he knew how to watch the mood. He knew what Yafin and Chen Zhao wanted to do. Instead of going to the van, Chen Zhao and Yafin held hands and walked into the forest. "Yafin, do you need to change? Those are the movie's costume, right? Does it not look good?" Yafin was wearing a tight-fitting outfit and nothing else under it. If she wore a bra or safety shorts, the lines would show while filming. The tight-fitting shirt showed Yafin's great figure without keeping anything back. She rested her slim arms on Chen Zhao's shoulders. Her red lips opened slightly, releasing a tempting aura. Her eyes glimmered. Chen Zhao looked around and impatiently hugged Yafin. His hands slowly traveled to Yafin's back and unzipped the shirt. She was sexy and open, like a rising sun. Chen Zhao couldn't keep waiting. Heavy panting came from the forest, along with the pained moan of being grabbed in the neck. "Are you sure no one will come?" "Yes," Yafin answered simply. Slower, aw. While Chen Zhao and Yafin were exercising, it became a performance for a third person. "Is that Yafin? Is she having sex with someone from the crew?" A woman looked through the tree branches at the man and woman fucking a few 100 feet away. "Maybe I should call Mr. Steven over so he can see that his third female lead is a WH*re. The two suddenly changed their position and the woman saw the man's features. Him. Lucy was shocked. Why is he here? Lucy was the second lead. Her role had many important scenes, but after Yafin joined the cast, her scenes kept getting reduced and turned into Yafin's parts. This made her battle with Yafin secretly. Of course, there were no friendships between actors in any crew. Hollywood was like this, and for actresses especially, it was like palace intrigue. Lucy watched the two while her mind whirred. Steven was strict with the cast. She wondered if he would cut Yafin's parts or kick her out directly if he knew that she was messing around here. As for Chen Zhao, she didn't think they had any relationship. Chen Zhao had just given her a checkup once. Lucy secretly took a picture with her phone and snuck away. Full of anticipation, she found Steven. "Mr. Steven, can we have a chat?" Steven was sitting in the director's seat and looked back at Lucy. Did this Australian woman want to bribe him? He really wanted it, but Chen had said that he couldn't touch women in 24 hours. "Can I help you?" "Look at this." Lucy took out her phone and opened the picture she'd just taken. Steven's eye twitched. "You took this?" "Yes. I just finished filming, so I walked around and saw this scene. I know you have strict management and I didn't expect such an indecent scene would happen in the cast." Steven pressed delete. Lucy's mouth dropped open and stared at Steven in confusion. "I don't wish any cast member to have scandals before the movie is released, understood?" "Yes, sir." Lucy believed that she'd reached her goal. She was happy and even excited to see how fascinating Yafin's expression would be when she discovered her parts were cut. Chapter 91, Ethan's Ex-Wife. Chapter 91, Ethan's Ex-Wife. "When can you leave?" "Not today, I'm afraid. I still have 3 more plays at night, Yafin said helplessly. It was very painful to film at night. If possible, she also hoped that she could return to the hotel every day according to the time on the contract. But it was not possible, she was not that powerful. Even if it was past the time on the contract, she still had to smile and willingly accept the overtime. Chen Zhao also did not plan to continue staying here as it was already quite late. All right. Tell me when you're free then. Of course. Yafin gave him another hot kiss. Yafin sent Chen Zhao all the way to the exit. Chen Zhao said, "Help me say goodbye to Steven." Sure. See you. Vincent had long returned to the car with Beelzebub and the other demons to wait for Chen Zhao. Watching Chen Zhao return with his face lit with joy, Vincent's face was filled with envy. Chen, that woman's really beautiful. You might also have such a chance in the future. Really? Seize this opportunity well. I will. Definitely. Vincent clenched his fists tightly. So can you give me a discount for future rides? No way. Damn. I'll call Steven now and ask him to fire you. Vincent was speechless. Where do we go now? Home. Let's go to Ethan's place for free dinner. Sure. This was probably Chen Zhao's only opinion so far, which Vincent agreed. Ethan was extremely unhappy with this. He did not even welcome Chen Zhao and Vincent into his motel. However, he was alone and powerless. Walter had already run towards Sasha. Ethan was distressed at the sight, as if his own daughter had been slept by a pig. Chen, this is too much. You keep coming here for free food, and now your dog even wants to mount my daughter. This is freedom of love. Nobody can stop true love. Quickly finish your food and scram with your dog. And you, Vincent, don't you need to drive? Even though I drive, I still need to eat. That's why you drove here for free food. Fine. I'll leave after I finish. You happy now? Vincent, aren't you going to drive me back? How can you be so thick-skinned? Forget it then. I'll stay tonight. Ethan, do you the charger for this model? My phone's flat. Nope. Some of your stuff is still in that room. Go and find it yourself. Also, $10 per night. After Vincent left, Ethan and Chen Zhao sat before the counter of the motel. Chen. How long have we known each other for? Fuck, don't talk to me as if we've known each other for tens of years. It's like not even 3 months. Fine. They fell silent again and nobody spoke. For a few times, Ethan looked like he had something to say but stopped eventually. Chen Zhao could not take it any longer. Just speak. If not, I'll go upstairs now. Chen, I heard that something bad has happened to the gang leader in the eastern region. So? Chen Zhao was confused by Ethan's abrupt conversation. Have you forgotten? He was your client. You even said that his man had pointed a gun at your head. Oh, is it? I don't think this has anything to do with me. I don't even know the name of that gang leader. How I wish these bastards can just all die outside, Chen Zhao said calmly. He did not want to leak anything, even if it was Ethan. I heard that it's due to internal conflict. I'm not interested in this. Do you know any rumors about women instead? I only want to warn you to stay away from those people should they come and find you. Why would they find me? Chen Zhao said, smiling. I hope not too. They're in deep trouble this time. The best outcome will be for them to die in some unknown corner. Chen Zhao did not ask for the details. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Furthermore, if he asked more, Ethan might start to suspect him. Although Chen Zhao did not like Marguerite and the rest, he did not want to betray them either. He also did not know which side Ethan was on. "Oh, pass me some tissue. Some butter has dripped on my shirt. Here you go. 20 cents. God, you're still the same." Chen Zhao heard a voice from his back. It was a woman in her 50s. At that moment Chen Zhao saw the woman, he could not help but avoid her stare. Similarly, Ethan also looked away at once. The woman was wearing a white shirt and an unzipped black job where on top, a simple below-the-knee dress, and a pair of high-heeled shoes. Her hair was tied into a bun and she had a pair of framed glasses on, but no other makeup. Her domineering attitude almost made Chen Zhao suffocate. "Hi madam, you look scared. Are you scared of me?" "Yes, you're scared of me, just like most men when they see me for the first time." "Caprice, Chen is my friend." "Ethan, did you grow fat again? With your current age and body size, I believe you have high blood pressure." "Oh yeah, when we divorced, you already needed medicine to maintain it. How are you now? Can you still get hard?" "Oh. Sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned it in front of your friend." Caprice's face was filled with apology. "You must be Chen. Just pretend you didn't hear me just now. Nevertheless, because you're Ethan's friend, I will subconsciously think that you're the same kind of person as him. Actually, I'm not very close to him either." Ethan was speechless. She was Ethan's ex-wife, a harsh woman. Chen Zhao understood at once why Ethan would divorce with her. There was certainly no man in the world who could tolerate her. "What kind of business are you doing with Ethan? Thief and robbery? Blackmailing? Drugs? Or forcing Eastern European women to sell their bodies?" "Ethan, do you do these?" "Chen, don't listen to her nonsense, and also don't be tricked by her. She's always trying to put me in jail." "I've never wanted you to go to jail," Caprice said with a serious face. "Do you think I'll believe your words?" Ethan sneered. "No, I want to send you to the gallows. Jail isn't sufficient to stop your genes from being passed on." Caprice's face suddenly turned ferocious. "My son is gay because of your genes. You damn jerk. You shouldn't have existed in this world. You should only be rotting away in some dirty sewers. Your blood also flows in Robio's body. You're his mother. Why are you so certain that he's gay because of me? You're his father, so you're the responsible one. He came out through your womb, so you're the real culprit. The real culprit is you and your dirty, obscene thoughts. You're the sinner. I declare you guilty. Go to hell." According to genetics, a child actually inherits genes from his or her father and mother with the same probability. Chen Zhao explained to them some knowledge on genetics at the most inappropriate time. Chapter 64, Paranormal Activity. Chapter 64, Paranormal Activity. Chris drove behind Nance, staying about 60 to 70 feet away. There weren't many cars on the road, but Nance didn't notice her following him. Looking at Nance through the window, it could be seen that he was talking to someone while driving. He kept moving toward the shotgun seat and his mouth seemed to be moving. Was there someone there? There shouldn't be one. At least, she couldn't see anyone from the back. It wasn't possible unless the person wasn't as tall as the seat or was a kid. This was impossible though. She'd been following Nance the entire time, but Nance never stopped. No one came on midway either. Nance's behavior was just very strange. Suddenly, a car from the other direction drove past with far headlights. When the lights shone over, Chris felt her vision blurring. The next moment, she saw a woman's figure sitting beside Nance. The woman turned and looked at Chris. How is there a woman in Nance's car? Chris looked again, but she was gone. Did she see it wrong? Or was she blocked by the seat again? Chris felt unsettled. A bad feeling shrouded her heart. Where's the car? Where did it go? Whoosh. Suddenly, Chris heard breathing behind her. Light flashed in her rearview mirror and there seemed to be a woman sitting in the back seat. Ah! Chris twisted the steering wheel in fear. Thud. The car crashed and Chris' forehead started bleeding. Thankfully, she hadn't been driving fast and it didn't cause a car accident. However, she'd run into the taxi in the other lane. Damn it. Get out of the car, asshole. You know how to drive. Hearing the angry roars, Chris could only unbuckle her seatbelt. When she saw the taxi driver, she said, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. How much is it? I'll pay you." I knew it's a woman driver. Vincent yelled, gesticulating madly. You dented my car door. $300. Chris was pissed. If you want $300 just for that scratch, why don't you go rob a bank instead? She thought. No. No way am I giving you $300. I'll give you $100 at most. You know that it'll cost $100 just to go into the repair shop. Don't drive on the road if you can't pay. You scratched my car last time. You might run someone over next time, you know. Vincent's words were too infuriating. Anger burned inside Chris. She'd already been close to losing control of her emotions and broke down after getting yelled at. Thud. Motherfucker, say that again. I'm gonna rip your mouth off. B*TCH, you think I'm scared? I don't care if you're a girl. I'll hit you until not even your mother can recognize you. Alright, Vincent. Chen Zhao finally came out of the car. Hello, Chris. We meet again. Oh, you're that guy from yesterday. Chris didn't have a deep impression of Chen Zhao. After all, Chen Zhao was only one of the countless people who asked for her number. She remembered that Chen Zhao had given her a business card with only his number, but she'd already tossed that out. Vincent, it's just a small scratch and you asked for $300. I think it'll be better if you go rob a bank. Seeing Chen Zhao's eyes, Vincent immediately looked away. Fine, because of you, I'll just take $200. Nothing less. Hand it over. Chris glanced at the scratch. She was thinking this number too, but the problem was that she didn't bring money. I didn't bring that much money. Can I give it to you some other time? Americans were used to using credit cards. Most people wouldn't have more than $100 in cash with them. I don't know you. How do I know if you're lying? Give me the money now. Vincent, I'll give you the money. How can I let you do that? Chris grew troubled. It's no big deal. You can pay me back. Sure. Chris didn't like owing people, but she really couldn't find $200 right now. She didn't even have that in her bank. I'll pay you back when I have money. You can pay me whenever you wish. But can I have your number? Oh, right. Chris took out her phone and they exchanged numbers. Then, goodbye. Goodbye. Oh right. Your back seat. Whoosh. Vincent had already started the engine and Chen Zhao lost his temper. Vincent, can't you see that I'm trying to flirt? Chen, you already know enough pretty girls. You should control yourself. As he thought about random stuff, Chen Zhao arrived at Rutherford's home. He rang the bell and the door cracked open. But when Chen Zhao saw Rutherford, he was shocked. Rutherford, you. Rutherford's face was covered in bruises. His white tee was covered in blood. Chen, come in. Rutherford's voice was very weak. Zhao caught the wavering Rutherford as soon as he entered and helped the man to the sofa. Let's sit on the ground so we don't dirty the sofa, Rutherford said. It's expensive to clean it. You're still worried about that now? I lost my job so I have to care. Plus, I can only give you $200 at most. Your injuries look like you were beaten up. Yeah. I broke into the club's office and made a scene. They fired me. So you can't do track anymore. I can. I'm still an athlete, but there needs to be a club willing to sign me. Can you race as an individual? Yes. Professional athletes aren't decided by the club. It's an identity given to me by the association. My national rank last year was pretty good. I was in the top 20. Usually, my points after 3 races should get me into top 15. With that score, I can attend some first-class national races, but now I don't even have money for surgery. How many years have you worked for? How come you don't have any savings? Do you know how much my nutritious meals cost? The standard is $200 per day. The club would pay for 60% of it before. Now, I can't even feed myself. How much can you make from a first-class race? It depends on the host, organizers, and sponsors. Usually, the champion should get anywhere around $50K to $100K. Second and third place should be between $10 to $30K. If you win, all the money will go to the athlete, right? No, you need to split it with the coach and club. Usually, the coach gets 5%, the manager gets 5 to 10%, and the club takes 20 to 30%. What, you want to switch careers? To be honest, Asians have no advantage in track. Plus, with your body and fitness, you aren't suitable for track. Chapter 93, Investment for the Future. Chapter 93, Investment for the Future. Normally there are 2 types of sprinters. The first type is short sprinters who are no taller than 1.8 meters. Their leg muscles are stronger and their running pace is faster. The other type is tall sprinters whose limbs are also longer. Their pace is slower, but every step they take will cover significantly more distance than short sprinters. Zhao clearly did not belong to either of these 2 types. He was quite tall, over 1.8 meters to be precise, but his limbs were shorter than normal athletes. Even if his body was as strong as an athlete, he would still be unable to take part in track and field, especially sprinting. Of course, he had never thought of becoming an athlete anyway. Zhao liked his current life. It was fruitful but also filled with free time. On the other hand, athletes had to be serious and train themselves until exhaustion every single day. Furthermore, Zhao's age was no longer suitable for an athlete. He was only interested in the prize, nothing more. How about international competition? Like the Star Invitational you talked about. The prize for the Star Invitational actually isn't that high. At most 200,000. In fact, the prize for some Star Invitationals is not even as high as those first-class national competitions. The main purpose of taking part in Star Invitationals is to gain points in IAAF and increase our popularity. Only then will we have the chance to be supported by national sponsors, or get more money. Then how about Diamond League and Golden League? Diamond League. I can't take part in that even if I'm in my best condition. I don't have enough points and my national ranking isn't high enough, so I can't qualify. I can of course buy an entry quota, but I can't afford it. As for Golden League, that's the final goal of every runner. Its importance even exceeds the Olympics. If you win Golden League, how much will you get? Stop joking. I wouldn't be able to enter Golden League in my entire life, let alone getting first. My best timing for 100 meters so far is only 9.95 seconds. I'm not confident of getting first even in first or second-class national competitions, not to mention Golden League, unless you break the legs of every other participant. With my current record, even if I enter Golden League, I wouldn't be able to promote. I'm asking about the prize. I'm not sure. Golden League is not a single competition, but rather many rounds. The prize for getting first in any one of them is at least hundreds of thousands. This is only the prize for the competition. If you include money from the sponsor and advertisers, I think it can even reach 2 million. If I heal your legs and help you get back to your best condition, maybe even stronger, and at the same time sponsor you for various competitions, will you give me some of your prize money? What do you mean? What the words mean? I'm investing in you, Zhao replied. You're a doctor and I believe you can heal my legs, but are you sure you know what investing in me means? Even after I recover, I still have to rent a training ground, hire a coach, train myself, and eat nutritious meals, which sum to at least $20,000 every month. Moreover, you wouldn't be able to see any results in just 1 or 2 months. Before we even talk about the prize money, your own money will probably be wasted. Although it's an investment, I believe that your results will be good. I'm placing a bet on your future. What do you think? I'll cover all your costs over the next 2 years, and I want 40% of all your income in these 2 years. Fine. Even if you're being serious, 40% is too high. It's impossible. You're only like my health consultant. I can give you at most 10%, nothing more. 10%. I'll spend $20,000 on you every month. Can you promise that your monthly income will exceed $200,000? Let me see. 2 years. I need to invest $480,000, which means you need to earn at least $4,800,000 in 2 years for me to not make a loss. Do you think I'm a fool? 40% is too high. Even if I find a club, it'll take at most 20%, maybe even less. Moreover, it'll only take that percentage of my prize, not my total income, but you want 40% of my total income. Fine. You reject my offer, you can just pretend that I've said nothing. 25%. I'll give you 25% of my total income. 30%. Anything less and you can forget it. Provided you can make my results better. If you can make me qualify for Golden League, I'll accept this percentage. Of course. I have a way to boost your performance. You mean drugs? Rufford's expression changed. Of course. Not. Don't worry. I'll just make you stronger. Deal. When do we sign the contract? We don't need one. Are you not afraid that I'll go back on my words? I don't like to sign any forms of contract, but I believe that we're both men of our words. Am I right? How long do I need before I can stand on the track again? I need to perform a more comprehensive checkup on you, and then decide on your treatment plan before we can talk about recovering. Mr. Board, I'm not kidding. In fact, I'm telling you this with a very serious attitude. It's not a prank, not a joke, and not a story. David stared at Board with a serious expression. Wait, so you mean my daughter will be attacked by an evil spirit? The smile on Board's face slowly disappeared. Yes, and not just one. Perhaps 10, or more, David said. Also, the hospital will definitely not be our main battlefield. Standing beside David, Sienna continued, maybe there's many souls hiding in this hospital already. They'll be affected by your daughter's soul and become evil spirits. Why? Board was still somewhat suspicious. Did Aisha do something wrong? No, she's done nothing wrong. It's just that she's born extraordinary and she needs to face the trials of life and death. She's already passed death trial and is about to face life trial. If she passes it, she'll obtain unimaginable powers, but if she doesn't, she'll never wake up. It's not a joke. No. I still trust Chen more. Mr. Police, can you call him? I want to ask him myself. Compared to Sienna, Board was more willing to believe in the man who had found his wife and daughter. Mr. Board, I tried calling him just now, but his phone was off. I need to think about it. Sienna glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. We don't have much longer. It's almost 10 p.m. After 10, evil spirits might start appearing, and this will continue until 1 in the morning. Miss Sienna, are you sure they'll appear tonight? Absolutely, and it might be more dangerous than anything I've seen before, Sienna said with a serious tone. Chapter 94, Chased by Evil Spirits. Chapter 94, Chased by Evil Spirits. Why? David and Board both looked at Sienna. Because it's the third night, Sienna said. What third night? Every spiritualist will fall unconscious when going through the life trial. If they're attacked on the first night, then they are one of the chosen. If it's the second night, then they are the extraordinary. The third night, they are of the Holy Spirit. Of course, each day that passes means that the trial will be more difficult. Miss Sienna, what night were you attacked? The first night. Most spiritualists are like this. I was saved by an old gypsy witch who became my teacher. So if Aisha survives tonight, she'll have superpowers. Board was afraid but also a bit excited. No. What do you mean by saying she's of the Holy Spirit? Like Jesus. You're saying my daughter is Jesus. Of course not, but it's the same principle. But Jesus is a dude, David said doubtfully. He's different. How? How do I know? Sienna rolled her eyes. Board couldn't decide, making Sienna lose her patience. You better decide soon. It'll be 10 o'clock in a few minutes. By then, it'll actually be dangerous. But you want to take my daughter out of the hospital. But where are you taking her? The church. No. No. Board immediately yelled. Definitely not. Why? Don't you know what my daughter and wife experienced before? Do you know? They were raped. And that damn monster stuffed them into a box and buried them under the oak tree by the church. Now you want to take my daughter to a church? Don't even think about it. We don't have to go to that church. Just leave the city to somewhere with less people. And why? David asked, confused. If there's fewer people, then there are fewer dead people. There's a lower possibility of evil spirits too. That woman may attract evil spirits from a larger region, but even if they can sense her, it'll still take time to catch up to her. So this is safe. No. Sienna shook her head. It's just relatively safer. This way, we can avoid most evil spirits. What about the rest? David asked, gulping. Suddenly, the light in the hospital's hallway dimmed. She's here. Sienna's expression changed. She suddenly took a sharp awl out of her pocket and slammed it into the wall. A distorted face appeared on the wall. It seemed to be wailing, but there was no sound. David and Board went pale with terror, but Sienna acted like she did something casual. Do you see this? It's just a minor character. There'll be more of these things attacking my daughter. Yes. More terrifying ones. Hurry and take my daughter away. Board wouldn't give in until the last moment. He'd been hesitant earlier, but now he agreed wholeheartedly. Wait. What about my wife? She was kidnapped with Aisha and they went through the same things. Will she also? No, your wife won't, Sienna said. Don't get unrelated people involved. Your wife shouldn't come. You shouldn't come either. Your daughter and I are enough. No way, Bort said determinedly. Even if I believe you, I won't let you take my daughter away. That's impossible. I'm a police officer. Protecting citizens is my duty, David also said when Sienna made him leave. Sienna knew what David was thinking right now. This was something from dreams. He was inside a supernatural event now. How could he give it up? Is there something like holy water? Or garlic? David asked with enthusiasm. He didn't feel any danger at all. He was just excited from being in something like an intense game. Please, officer. It's about my daughter's life right now. Maybe we need a cross. Bort added. Enough. I'm a witch, not a religious priest. If you think that's more useful, you can go find a priest to drive out the demon. Okay. We'll listen to you, but you can't kick us out. Take the girl out of the hospital. The three moved quickly. Bort placed his daughter on a wheelchair. He was going to pack up her clothes, but Sienna stopped her. It wasn't necessary. If Aisha could survive these 3 hours, she would be safe. Bort did the discharge paperwork without telling his wife. Get in my car, David said while tossing his keys to Sienna. We won't be bothered even if we speed. Why are you giving me the keys? I can't drive. Bort and David were both shocked. How could someone in this world not know how to drive? It was as shocking as finding an illiterate person in China. In China, some of the older generation might not be able to read, but there were practically no illiterates in the younger generation. America was a country where the driver's license could be used as an ID card. One could imagine how common driving was here. In the end, David sat in the driver's seat and shot out of the hospital in the police car. Clunk. Slow down. You want us to crash? Why is the car shaking so hard? Is there an evil spirit? Motherfucker, you didn't slow down on the speed bump. Bort roared. If you can't drive, let me do it. I don't want my daughter to die in a tragic car crash before the evil spirit gets to her. Miss Sienna told me to drive faster. But you can't. I don't think it's fast enough. Sienna looked in the back. Something's chasing behind us. Behind us? There's nothing there. Don't you see the car with red headlights? Damn it, they changed the headlights red. I should give him a ticket. Plus, his exhaust is obviously excessive. Look at that black smoke. David's professionalism was acting up. It's not a modification. It's an evil spirit. Can't you see that there's no driver? David and Bort finally realized that something was wrong with that car. Chapter 95, Mr. Bort's mouth is cursed. Chapter 95, Mr. Bort's mouth is cursed. Moreover, the black smoke was coming out from the windows, not the exhaust pipes. The vehicle behind us is filled with evil spirits. We better lose them. Why did they attach themselves to the vehicle instead of fly towards us? Because they're not fast enough. How fast do you think they are? Most of them are only slightly faster than humans. So if they don't have a car, they can never reach us. I said most. A minority of them are actually the most dangerous ones. What will they do? I think it's better for you not to know it, or you'll have nightmares. Bang! The car was bumped by the vehicle from the back. Both David and Bort were horrified. David tried his best to maintain the stability of the car. Sienna, think of something. Exorcise the spirits from that car. I can't, unless you can make it stop. Otherwise, I'll be run over after I alight. You're a witch. How can you die from a car accident? I'm not Superwoman, you fool. Stop saying these kinds of stupid things. So we can't do anything now. Lose the car. Here goes nothing. David stomped on the accelerator and the car shot forward. Board and Sienna were both flung to the back of their seats. The acceleration was too sudden and they were not ready for it yet. There were not many cars on the road at the moment, but racing through the city at such a high speed still greatly frightened Board and Sienna. Slower. Slower. See? We've lost them. David hit the horn in complacence. From the rear mirror, he could no longer see the spirit-occupied car. Lucky for us. If those evil spirits had a truck instead of a small car, the collision just now would have turned us over, Board said, patting his own chest. Beep. An ear-piercing beep exploded on the night roads. The faces of all the three paled at once. They saw a vehicle with a strange red light appear behind them. Those who have watched Transformers should all know how Optimus Prime looks like in his vehicle state. A similar truck was chasing the three at the moment. Faster. Faster. Go. Accelerate. Board and Sienna both screamed in horror. It was indeed terrifying to be chased by such a giant. A gentle kiss from the truck would absolutely turn the police car into a piece of junk. David stepped on the accelerator again. Slash. The police car bolted forward, losing the truck behind it gradually. Lucky for us. As long as this car works fine, the truck can't reach us, Board remarked, looking at the truck behind. Just then, the car slowed down. Why are we slowing down? Air. It's out of petrol. Why? The car stopped. David shouted, "Run." The truck was already right behind them. Board carried Aisha and charged out of the car. In the next instant, the truck collided with the car, which flew for at least 10 meters. 1 second slower and they would all be crushed into nothingness. The truck stopped somewhere not far from them. Because the road was too narrow, it could not turn around. Suddenly, Sienna dashed towards the truck while muttering something in her mouth. Then, she waved her hand and sprinkled a handful of fluorescent powder. Alarming howls were released from the black smoke. It looked as if something was about to break out of the smoke and leap toward Sienna. However, when it touched the fluorescent powder floating in the air, it immediately retreated. God of Zuma, listen to my call. May your power fall and burn the evil before us. Right away, the fluorescent powder ignited in midair, blasting the smoke away. Done. The evil spirits here are gone. It's over. Board and David asked, confused. These are only the pawns. The real danger has yet to come. What do we do now? Onto this truck. The seats in the truck were broader and more comfortable than those in the police car. David continued to be the driver, but there was clearly more excitement than horror on his face. I hope that this truck isn't going to run out of petrol. Before long, the truck slowly stopped. David and Sienna stared at Board, who was petrified. Really? Mr. Board, has your mouth been cursed? Sienna also tapped her own forehead. She had never been this unlucky. What do we do now? What else? Find another car, Sienna said, looking painful. How? Sienna scanned around her and took out a stacking doll from her pocket. Opening the head of the doll, a wave of black smoke flew out. David and Board subconsciously stepped back as the smoke looked familiar. It looked like the evil spirits they had just encountered. The black smoke converged into a ferocious and frightening ghost face. Ha! Two delicious souls. Slap. Stop scaring them. Sienna slapped onto the ghost face. Let me introduce him to you. My father, Yberg. He. Evil spirit, but now he's my evil spirit servant. He's not going to devour our souls, is he? Nope. Dad, go and get control of a car. We're escaping from danger now. Yberg unhappily floated to a car by the roadside. Soon, the headlights of the car were lit with red light. Please don't pick a car without petrol. This car's out of petrol. Let's choose another one. Yberg floated out again. Mr. Board, please don't speak for the rest of our journey. I can confirm that your mouth is cursed. Finally, Yberg found them an SUV. The group boarded the car again. David was about to sit onto the driver's seat when Yberg's ghost face roared fiercely, "Scram! I haven't driven for 10 years already." David looked at Sienna in fright. Sienna only shrugged her shoulders. Let him drive. If I summon him out and do not fulfill his wishes at all, he'll be mad. Yberg drove the car in much excitement and Sienna did not seem to be bothered. However, David and Board could not remain calm. Nobody could remain calm after knowing that an evil spirit was driving the car they were on. More importantly, the ordinary SUV felt like an F1 vehicle in Yberg's hands. Miss Sienna. Can you please ask your father to drive more slowly? Do you know what his occupation was before his death? What? Racer? Board asked, uncertain. Bingo. He was an Isle of Man TT racer. Luckily he's not an F1 racer, Board said, patting his chest. He died on an F1 racing track. Chapter 96, Sienna's father is good at seeking trouble too. Chapter 96, Sienna's father is good at seeking trouble too. Mr. Board, I think you should stop talking, David said, still frightened. He's crazy. He searched for death his entire life and finally succeeded. Low-altitude parachuting, mountain climbing without safety ropes, deep-sea scuba diving, downhill skiing, and even the Isle of Man TT, he tried it all. Formula One was his last challenge. The finish line was right before his eyes, but he didn't make it. His race car had a problem. It turned and fell apart while his skull crashed against the safety barrier. Sienna glanced at Yberg. And after that, at least one driver would have an accident on that F1 track each race. The Lock's track of death? David asked, surprised. You know about it? I heard about it before. David swallowed heavily. The most dangerous racetrack in the world. The death rate is close to the Isle of Man TT. Before I found him, he'd already haunted that place for 6 years, killing 13 drivers. David and Board both shuddered, staring at Yberg in terror. Yberg turned at the perfect timing and smiled. The menacing face was nothing but horrifying. Are you sure he won't eat our souls? Evil spirits can't eat a living soul directly. Good. But I can make the car drive down the cliff. Then I can eat your soul. Ah, I want to get out. All right. Yberg, stop scaring them. Miss Sienna, are you sure your father won't drive the car down the cliff? Yes. He won't do it as long as I'm in the car. Why? He's my subordinate. David gathered his courage and reached over to touch Yberg's body. The car immediately started skidding. Sienna grabbed David. You wanna die? What? I can't touch him. Evil spirits don't have solid forms. If you touch him, his body will disintegrate. Just like what happened, the car will lose control before he can regroup. It seems like we've escaped from danger with Mr. Yiberg driving, Bord said. No, I can feel that danger is approaching, Yiberg said. It's not just one. One of them might be even more evil than me. He suddenly grabbed the steering wheel. The car skidded but turned with an extreme angle. It was like a roller coaster for the three humans in the car. David was already screaming in fear. Yiberg, is it? Just then, the street lamps dimmed one by one. It was as if a shadow was catching up to them. Something's chasing us. Suddenly, David felt like he couldn't breathe. A pair of hands were around his neck, pushing him into the seat. Saw, save me. Sienna immediately took out her awl and stabbed into the seat cushion behind David. The cushion exploded and David escaped from the throttling. Miss Sienna, what is going on? An evil spirit got into the car. What? Didn't you say that evil spirits can't attack someone directly? It didn't attack you directly, Sienna said. You were choking yourself. What? I choked myself. David, you really were. I thought you were doing something. What's wrong with me? You were affected by that evil spirit, but I took care of it. They can control our minds. Not all of them, Sienna said. Every evil spirit is unique. What's your father's special ability? Driving, Sienna answered. That's a special ability. I was talking about those abilities like in X-Men. Driving like a crazy man, Sienna answered harshly. Isn't there a cooler ability? Scaring people. David was so done. Driving? Who couldn't drive? And scaring people? What the fuck? Isn't there a more useful ability? Hey, are you looking down on me? Yiberg turned around again. This time, he turned his neck at a 90-degree angle, making David's scalp go numb. Old man, can you not do this? I know you're scaring people, but it's actually super scary. Mr. Yiberg, don't you need to keep your eyes on the road? No. I know where to drive to. Suddenly, the car shook and Sienna's expression changed again. Oh no, another evil spirit got into the car. The car kept swaying unsteadily. Yiberg controlled the steering wheel, using all his might to stable the car and keep it from turning over. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before a crash. Sienna, think of something. Yiberg yelled. I'm losing control. Sienna looked at David. Did you bring a gun? Yes. Give it to me. Ha. As a cop, he instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he remembered that it was a special circumstance. Hesitating, he asked, what are you going to do? A gun can't hurt evil spirits, right? Ordinary bullets can't, Sienna said. She took out a small bag filled with shining powder. What's that? I saw you drive out evil spirits with that earlier. The main ingredient is phosphor. Phosphor. Oh my god, it'll explode when it touches the air. You want to kill us? Don't worry. I used a spell and it's magical phosphor now. Sienna grabbed David's gun and poured some of the phosphor into it. Then she closed her eyes. Holding the gun, she started moving slowly. David and Bord both got into fetal positions out of fear. Boom, boom. Sienna fired at the hood and back seat. Then she put the gun down. Killed another one. Miss Sienna, please don't close your eyes when you shoot, David yelled in fright. That's really dangerous. There's people here. Yeah. Bord also yelled. Even if you don't hit anyone, if you hit a part of the car or the gas tank, MFF. David covered Bord's mouth, but it was too late. Sienna, you really did hit the gas tank. The gas is draining. Out. Get out the car. Everyone hurried out of the car. David opened the wheelchair and Board placed Aisha in. What do we do now? Run. Run forward. Sienna was already running. Ha! Run with all your might. Don't look back. But David couldn't stop himself from looking back. He saw a huge black cloud of smoke covering the sky behind him. Yberg was beside him. Sienna, put me away. Hurry, put me away. I don't want to get mixed with those things. Chapter 97, Sienna's Family Reunion. Chapter 97, Sienna's Family Reunion. Sienna took out the container from earlier and closed Yberg in it. Then, she took out a different container and opened it. Another cloud of smoke was released. This time, it was a female evil spirit. Her body was bloated and she was at least twice as big as Yberg. Maria, help us stop the evil spirits behind. Aw. You little bitch. Are you trying to kill me? I'm your mom after all. Do you think I can battle a mixture of so many evil spirits? Quickly put me back, I don't want to die again, or I'll really have nothing left. As they ran wildly, Board and David both turned their heads and looked at Sienna, who was similarly charging forward. She's your mom. Yes. Also your evil spirit servant. Yes. So both your dad and mom are your evil spirit servants. Yes. You like to turn your family members' souls into evil spirit servants. I had no other choice, given that they had already turned into evil spirits. It's either this or destroy them. Just then, an evil spirit pounced towards the group. Although Maria was bloated, she was exceptionally agile. She opened her mouth wide and took in a deep breath, sucking the evil spirit in. As David and Board pushed the wheelchair, panting, they also looked curiously at Maria. They realized that Maria's body seemed to have become slightly bigger. David asked curiously, "Is this your mom's ability?" Maria opened her mouth, showing all her yellow and black teeth. She's the most fierce type of evil spirit, and also my trump card, Sienna explained. How did she die? She offended a gang and was forced to eat 40 kilograms of food. Stuffed to death, Sienna replied. After she died, she gnawed all the people involved until their bodies were bloody and mutilated. Didn't you say that evil spirits can't harm people directly? That's why she's the most fierce type. Sienna glanced at Maria. Maria, you don't have to defeat that evil spirit mixture. Just stop them for 30 minutes. 30 minutes? I can't even do 1 minute. How many evil spirits are there? Perhaps everything in this city. There's an evil spirit inside which is as fierce as me. Just then, an enormous evil spirit charged out from the mixture. Maria was already quite large, about twice the size of a normal adult, but she only looked like a kid before this evil spirit. 5 meters tall, the evil spirit roared wildly. The giant evil spirit raised its hand and pressed Maria onto the ground. Miss Sienna, aren't you going to help your mom? Don't mind her. I only want her to make some time for us. But, her situation doesn't look good. She's the most fierce type of evil spirit. Wouldn't be defeated so easily. Sienna was totally confident in Maria and no worry could be heard in her tone. Is the relationship between you and your mom very bad? Will you like a woman who sold her 9-year-old daughter to a gang? Is that giant evil spirit also a human before? Board clearly did not want to continue on this topic. Despite its appearance, it's only slightly stronger than ordinary evil spirits. Maria is just pretending. She's always like this, despicable and shameless, but just when you think you can ignore her, she'll charge up and bite you without hesitation. Just then, Maria caught up with the group again. Little bitch, how dare you speak of me behind my back? One day, I'll break free from your binding and then. Before that, you better be obedient. I've already eaten 2 evil spirits. I can't eat anymore. Exercise a bit first and eat later. Don't you always want to break free of my binding? This is your chance. The more you eat, the earlier you can get rid of me. They seem to be as incompatible as fire and water. David and Board ran as fast as they could, but they were already very tired, both physically and mentally. Another evil spirit leaped towards them. Maria, who had just claimed to be too full, grabbed the spirit with her fat hand and stuffed it into her mouth. I'm so full, Maria's body became bigger again. Will Ms. Maria eat enough evil spirits, break free from your control, and then eat all of us? Board asked in horror. David stared at Board in anger. Nobody will think you're mute if you don't speak. As Sienna ran, she took out Maria's stacking doll. She realized that the stacking doll had some cracks on it. Turning her head, Sienna saw Maria grab 2 more evil spirits and stuff them into her mouth. Why do I feel that she'll be our biggest trouble? Board also turned his head around. Crack! The stacking doll in Sienna's hand shattered completely. Sienna opened her mouth. Your mouth is way too toxic. Little bitch. Stand still. I'm going to eat you alive. Maria also felt it when the stacking doll was shattered. Her binding was broken completely. Now, she was free. Sienna took out another stacking doll and released an evil spirit. It was a white-haired old man. Let me guess. Your grandfather. Sienna said to the old man, Stop Maria. Cough. Maria, the old man said. Maria bumped into the old man, who disappeared straight away. However, shortly afterwards, the old man appeared before her again. Maria, listen to me. Scram, you 2 old codgers. Maria slapped her hand forward and the old man disappeared again. They. Give me 10 minutes, no, just 1 minute. Listen. Scram, Maria did not give any face to the old man at all. She exhaled and blew the old man away once again. Panting, David asked, He's talking spirit. What's that? Talcoholic. Do you have a more normal evil spirit servant? I haven't summoned my grandmother. Do you want to see her? Forget it. Subconsciously, Board and David felt that Sienna's grandmother was no normal evil spirit too. Nonetheless, they had to admit that the talcoholic old man indeed managed to slow Maria down. Can he never be killed? Board asked. Suddenly, the old man appeared beside the 3. Gasping for air, he said, No, I can't take it any longer. I'm going back. You're all going to die. At the moment, Maria looked just like a mountain made up of flesh. She charged wildly towards the group. Sienna threw her ritual implement all towards Maria. The ritual implement flew into the air. Suddenly, it turned into a python and coiled around Maria. Wow! David and Board stopped and looked at Maria and the huge snake in surprise. Don't stop. Keep running, Sienna shouted. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.